Nightbot said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation. BB Bandit_3874 said hi.
Hello. Hello. We're doing a quick warm up and then we'll do reactions in a bit. What up, Bandit? Watching me. Hello, Potato. Hello. I used to know. I used to know. Okay. I'll pause that real quick. Let me check something real quick so I can make sure everything's working correct. Okay, let me see. What the? Why is it? Okay, okay. Why come I can't? Okay, maybe it's just a glitch. Alright, let me check something real quick before I do anything. Okay. That's weird. Live. Oh, so you have to manually go there now. Okay, did not know that. I did not know that. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Okay. This is an audio test, so.
Connor Alfano said hi. Mike Kaz said hi. Connor Alfano said mic is muted.
Alright, there we go.
Connor Alfano said NVM.
Do the audio test real quick so we make sure everything's sounding good. Make sure it doesn't sound too insane on TikTok. I'm not totally sure over there on YouTube because we have the music playing on. Let's see. So I'm just playing this music just for. Not to play again, just listen. The first time was, but this time it's audio. Okay. 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 There we go. Doing quick warm-ups and then we'll start the reactions and all that stuff in a second. Somebody that I used to know.
Connor Alfano said I tried drawing Goku Black and failed miserably.
You gotta keep drawing them then. You gotta keep practicing. You gotta own second nature to a degree. You gotta keep drawing. You didn't fail. You just know. You didn't really fail. You just. Now you know how not to draw them. Put it that way. A win's a win. I used to know.
Connor Alfano said what should I draw?
Whatever you think makes it difficult for you to draw it. Draw things that makes it difficult. Don't draw things that are easy.
Connor Alfano said my brain doesn't have Vidiad. Connor Alfano said ideas.
It's pretty easy. Draw things that you can't draw. Don't draw things that you want to draw. Not yet. Okay. I think the sound effect, the music's not too loud or too little. I think it's perfectly fine where it is. So we can leave. I don't have to keep playing that same song over and over again. Actually, hold on. So we're doing quick warm-ups and then
Connor
we'll get
Alfano
to
said thanks for the ad.
No problem. I draw things that is really
Connor
difficult.
Alfano said advice.
I draw things that are very difficult for me to draw. Women are really hard for me to draw. Believe it or not. I know a lot of people might think that's BS, but it's true. Angel from Metadone.
BB Bandit _ 3874 said what is the reaction going to be about?
It's just about manga reviews and art stuff. Something art related in manga reviews. We do the art stuff first and then we do the manga last. I could do other stuff, but I'm gonna just niche it down to that for now.
Connor Alfano said this guy is underrated.
So just keep it to manga reviews. I mean manga
BB Bandit
recommendations.
_ 3874 said okay.
Yeah. No, nothing crazy. Feel this moment from you now. Angel. Come on, darling. Nothing seems the experience.
Connor Alfano said Goku from memory I think is good.
Yeah, I guess. Real question, can you do that? Okay, thank you, Ari. You're lucky you can stay focused, teach. My brains go over. Oh, it took me years to feel this focused to do what I do, so I don't want to say luck is the right word, more of overly focused myself. Okay. Thank you. Fire. Thank you. Let's reduce the brush a little bit. I think it's a little too curving this way. Okay.
Nui said AAA, this looks so good so far.
I think so. Remember, we're just doing reactions. We're doing warm-ups real quick, so I'm not going to put too much effort into the overall idea. I'm just whipping something fast. This is usually how I do my practice. Say, for instance, I have a client who wants me to draw something pretty fast. I have to whip up something, so it's like that. It's like draftsmanship type skills, and look for anything that is distinguishable. You need to figure out as fast as possible what you're looking at, with little to no detail. So I'm not putting a bunch of detail, but enough understanding for you guys to understand what you're staring at, so you don't have to wonder what the hell. This is a great character design thing you should learn. Learn about keep it simple and try to understand
Connor
it.
Alfano said, how is that a warm-up? That is like my skill X999999999999999.
Just constant practice.
Nui said, oh, makes sense. Love this.
Now, if I want to distinguish this a little bit, I'll use a bit of shadow, so you know where's what. Because shadow does bring a great deal of understanding of where everything is. So I'm going to clean up and make it a little bit more, not as frump, because I did it really fast. So I'm going to try to clean it up a little bit. Right here around the breast area mainly. And then fix the cleavage here. A little too long in my opinion. So I'm going to put it about here. Right, and then we're going to use a little bit of shadow. I'm going to use a blue so it's easy to distinguish for right now. So the light's coming down on our character. So most of the shadow will be here. And then down here. Hey, stop it. Okay, like that. And here, I would say. And then here. And here. I would say. And a little bit here. Because the light's coming from town, our character. Oop. Like that.
Connor Alfano said, the fact that my head for Goku is better than me trying to do it from a picture is crazy.
That's nice. Let me see. And then a little bit of shoulder here. And then here. And then a little bit of here over the face. We're just putting the shadows on where everything's supposed to be in a general sense. I don't think shadow will be here too much. About there. Okay, and then a little bit under here. Thank you. Thank you for the squirrels. I appreciate it. Thank you for the squirrely squirrel. Oh, I forgot to turn on the thing. Thank you for reminding me. There we go. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Thank you for the squirrely squirrels. Squirrelies. Okay, now I'm going to hit the multiply tool so we can see through our character. And then next I'm going to turn it down a little bit so it's a little bit more easy on the eye so we know where the shadows are. Not too saturated, not too hard. Then I'm going to use
Connor Alfano said, I can do everything good except faces and hands.
Okay, so I might do some little hands later. But I'm going to take my eraser tool and erase the areas that doesn't need to be, because they're just kind of in the way. like that. I learned something about shadows a little bit. When the shadow is doing a form of a curve, you blur them a little bit. It gives it more of a 3D understanding. Unless there is a hard edge or a cast shadow that's being cast on our character. I've been learning a lot about shadows and color theory, about values right now, and how light behaves to a degree. I believe that anyone who wants to learn how to paint should learn how light behaves and values. Right now, we're not really focused too much on values. We're just trying to place where the light will be most likely based on the behavior of our subject. Oop, I didn't mean that. So this is just a practice. This is not a actual artwork of like a character per se. More of like a practice run / just practice draftman stuff. So I'm gonna like this. Like that. Gonna put a little shadow here too. So, and okay, like that. More hard edge here and here, right? And then I know for those of you on YouTube, you can't hear the music because copyright reasons, but I will put on some music for you guys. Don't worry. Like I said, we're just doing warm-ups, so just focus on the art for right now. I'll put on some music for y'all. It'll be on the same time as TikTok. I'm just being a little lazy, just trying to go and do that right now. So don't think you're missing out too much. But if you want to hear the music, you can come over here on YouTube for right now. I mean TikTok. My bad. Okay. Now there's a lot of shadow here, and I don't think that's where it should be. So I'm going to pull it down a little bit because our leg is sticking out and our light is coming from downwards. Remember, the light is coming down on our character from the very top like this. So always think how shadows work
Brightro says, good afternoon, everyone.
Being like an ant. So for those who ever watched the movie Bug's Life, I'm hoping that most of you have. I'm just really just telling my age at this point. But if you watch Bug's Life at any point, a Pixar movie, there's a scene in the movie where all the grasshoppers, they're about to fight the grasshoppers, and it started to rain, right? And then all the rain started dropping on the ants and stuff, which is pretty dangerous because you can die, I guess, drown, or whatever case may be. So think of the shadow as like rain falling down, and the areas of the shadows, the light is like rain. That's the areas where it's coming down, right? And then the areas where there's shadow, that means those are safe havens to hide under from the light from the light that's falling on your subject. So think of the light as rain spaces to avoid. So you go to the shadows as a safe haven, as an ant. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Sorry I over-explained that, but I hope that at least made some sense. So the areas of the shadows where you should hide under from the rain hitting onto your ant, or your ants, per se. Or better yet, way to look at it, think of it like you're in a hot sunny day and you're looking for like shade. Let's put it that way. That's much better. Use shade to get away from the hot sun beating down onto your skin.
Double D says, I like your drawings, though they pretty cool.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So that's how. Thank you, Double D. Double D. Oh my god. I think you're the first person I ever used that name. But Yeah, so think of it like you're just looking for a place to be a safe haven from the hotness or from the rain. That's how you should look at it, per se. You can make something look really 3D without putting a lot of detail on it because you understand where the shadows will be. You can make anything look 3D and very professional looking if you understand how light works. You can get away with a lot with just light alone. I'm still learning light theory.
Connor Alfano said IGTG to the restroom BRB.
Yeah, do your thing. So I'm learning a lot about light theory and then eventually do a video on it because I said I was going to make some tutorials. I was supposed to make it like 2-3 weeks ago, but didn't get to because my computer went left and that was just perfect timing and everything else that happened after the fact. But now I'm back. I will be going full force, doing my digital work again. Don't worry, I'll still be doing traditional only on Mondays and stuff like that. So I've been studying a lot on how to do shadows and stuff and understanding it and reflectant light and all that stuff and how light behaves.
Jacko says there's a whole universe of like tips with it.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go to the shoulder here. I'm going to erase this because remember this is over the shoulder. This is over the shoulder as well. All right. There you go. Okay, now what we're gonna do is turn our sketch layer, our sketch lines into a linear light, so it can complement the linear burn. I mean, is it linear burn? Yeah, I think it's linear burn. Let me see. Let me fix the hands because I don't like how it's like just a mush of nothing. So I'm gonna erase this, and I'm gonna fix the hands. It'll be a little more defined. I don't like it when the hands look just a big square mush. Looks really boring. So I'm gonna try to define the hands a little bit more, like that, and then put this hand like right under this one, so you can at least see it.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page at. Botrix Official said be a support hero today by using commands like support.
Are you guys still getting timed out and stuff for unnecessary things? Because I did some stuff to the bot, but I'm not totally sure if it's doing its thing. So let me know if you're getting you're getting timed out for like very stupid reasons, like reasons that just seems very unnecessary and just like feels dumb.
Jernay says hello everyone.
Hello Mono. I'm pretty sure you're gonna ask if I did the video. I did most of the video. The video needs some finishing touches. I don't.
Brightroclose says at Mono hi Mono.
I might have 2 different versions of the same video.
Jernay says hey teach.
Hey.
Jernay says at Brightroclose hi Bri.
Let's see here. So I'm gonna just clean it up a little bit.
Double D says cool though I'm trying to learn how to draw.
Good. Gotta become a student if you want to officially know how. But if whenever I draw these little tidbits,
Jernay says that's a good sketch teach.
Thank you. Let me see here. I'm gonna put a little bit here. Put some bumps and lumps on the sides here so it doesn't look too off-putting. Okay. Like that. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll turn on some music for you guys over there on YouTube. Let me turn this on real quick. Hope it's not too loud. You can kind of hear it, or whatever the case may be. You guys should be hearing the Stranger Things type music or theme. Should be a violin playing. I think violin. I think the head's a little too big, in my opinion. But... Alright, so I'm going to use even more darker shadows. I'm going to go a little darker. But before I do that, I'm going to slap some reflectant light in there. So what I'm going to do is hit
Nightbot said be a support hero
the
today
middle side of
by
this.
using commands like
We're going to zoom in a little
donation.
bit. Because nothing's totally like dark. So we're going to... like this. Give it a little bit more of a shine. Like that. And then some areas like here where like it'll be bouncing into the floor or something, or her outfit, but there's no colors, so we're just gonna use the floor as our example for right now. Side this here. The reflecting light should not be should be brighter than the actual light itself, because it defeats the purpose. Because there is light in shadow, it's just not a lot. Unless it's like you're in a dark room or something, encapsulated in it, as I've learned. I guess there are a few exceptions to the rule per se, but oh no, go back. I actually like that. Go back. Okay. Hello. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I think I used too much, but we'll see. Okay, maybe like here. Oh, I think of it now. Okay. That's fine, but it could be better. I think that's fine. Alright, we're going to the next one. This is just for just to learn a little bit. I'll grab this. Okay. I never really use gradients whenever I'm doing a study. I should use some gradients just to see how that would look. Now I'm putting this in a particular angle. As you can see, our character, we can see the top of the breast, but we can't see the top of their head. So I'm going to assume, based on how I drew this, that the horizon line is somewhere, oops. Okay, like that. Up there. Because we can't see directly under her skirt, but we can see directly over her I would say is a bit higher than that. I think about here. Or a little bit higher. Because we can see on top of the breast, but we can't see on top of the, like, just an angle from this breast, like I want to say a bird's eye view, somewhere like just slightly taller. I don't think bird's eye view will be the right word. We're just a bit taller than her from wherever we're standing. At 5 o'clock, I have to post the video of the bunny girl one. Please remind me, guys. Or at least my mods, please remind me. Go ahead, a little bit more short like that. like that.
My DK me and my wife said yo WSG.
Hey, what's going on, bro?
My DK me and my wife said nice drawing.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So let me see those hands. Walk beside me. Inside. And you understand. And okay, let me see those hands. Walk beside me. Oh, sorry about that. So wait. So I see this one technique here. So, yeah, this one. So let me try that. So. You wanted it better, over it all. It's never falling. If a nightmare, a war, a tradition, visions, but maybe I didn't. Coolness. Look to me like right beside me.
Gorilla Yogurt says yo.
That's good. Inside. Understand, and then they can let you see the hand.
Ko-fi Streambot said visit Artextric's Ko-fi page at Botrix Official said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
Solutions, but maybe didn't.
GAMERARTGIRL said WhatsApp.
Let's see here. What's good? Yeah. Okay. Oh, there.
The falling of rain is so fucking hard. I hear your name in every job. I feel so strange when talking to God.
Nightbot said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
I'm on ice. I'm on ice. I'm on ice. Wherever I go, we fought for 3 months. I hear these stars follow me home. I still try to let the
Okay, so it shows me like, okay, so
said it might become too much to swallow me whole. When I break in a cycle, when I pray, didn't find you. In my brain, finish
So like it shows the drawing, then they color it shade. Hello, thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's a little too loud. Sorry if it was too loud. Sorry about that. All right, so it says here, not says, but like it's
Oni.kyo says nice.
Thank you. So on the reference here, it shows that we put in the base color, then we put in the shade color, and then they erased it a little bit. But it looks like it was a particular way they did it. So I'm going to do it again. See if I can figure it out. So they put the shade, then we take the eraser tool. And I think they erase some areas, not just one down. Like this. Like kind of faintly. Thank you.
Mike has said, oh, I love that shade of blue.
Okay, let me see here. Thank you. Okay, and then I don't think. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Like that, okay. And then the shade comes out like that. And I see in the second half of the reference tutorial that they use a light? Or maybe I did it wrong again. So like do it again, take this, and then like that, kind of like that. Okay. Okay, and then we'll take, I don't know if this is gonna work, so please bear with me on this. I think they use an overlay. Nope. Maybe a screen. Huh. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Something about this just kind of throws me off. Maybe I still need more practice.
Morgana asks, what is throwing you off?
The overall coloring. Like, I'm looking at this tutorial and it's just, I think I'm doing something wrong, so I'll have to do more practice later. I can't do this now because it'll just be wasting time.
I said I want this forever, what I told her. Even though I know forever is a bold word. It's a bold word. Lose myself inside of the moment. Prove that hell's inside of me growing. Choose myself is how I am going. Life into motion. Try to stay golden now. Try to stay golden now. Try to stay golden now. It's over.
I don't know, this is horrible. I'll have to figure this out later. I can't do it now. When it comes to fabric. Alright.
Toki said hi.
Hello. Okay, now time to do the skin study. And then we'll jump on to doing reactions. Alright, let's see how this is gonna go. So we're gonna do a lower half of a body. And just keep it really simple. I'm not gonna draw a whole character, it makes no sense if it's just a skin study. So I'm gonna just
Mike has said hi Morgan and Toki.
Okay. So what we're gonna do, clean up all up in here. Okay. Oops.
All too nice on amphetamines. I draw lines to their heavenly melodies. I felt fine but then fell asleep, questioning everything. Can't deny who I'm crediting for taking me. Things I didn't know, thoughts we never thought of. Darkness in my glow, a chocolate made of stardust, like softening the blow. The salt all in my nostrils, fall straight to my nose. The stones all on my tonsils, stones all on my tonsils, like. I am the coldest one, physically, mentally, too much to show you love. I am alone again, so caught up in anger, you stubborn and noticed it. I care for nothing but your entertainment, cause fuck my utopia. My mama told me once, so make sure you're old enough. Trapped in a city as black as my room, my captor left plenty, a master, thank you.
Morgan R said hello Mike and Toki.
Are you guys still getting timed out by Nightbot? Because I turned him off. Pretty much.
Morgan R said not me.
Good.
Pictures of Jesus seep into the deepest. I think I'm absorbed in mine. Why should I believe it? You give me no reason. At least my endorphins try. Inner peace in pieces. Reopen my lesions. I can do this one more time. Burning holes in your shirt really show me the worst of the love I was tongue deep in. When you told me it hurt when the roles were reversed. How the fuck could I believe it? How could I believe it? Cigarette, daydream, journals in your leather seats. Internet, babies. We were only 17, and we would drive all night. Go where we can't go again. Wanna find peace of mind. Under, but I'm over it. Yeah, we don't got no sober friends, and I apologize. Never be close again, at least not tonight. Baby, not tonight. Try to act surprised, but my face is numb, and I still look out for the signs, but it takes too long, and I could pay for once, but would it take too much? And you can change your ways. Oh yeah, I'm reminded in a different place, wherever my mind is. It's okay, don't mind it. I'm sure I'll be fine when I can get behind it.
Okay. Clean that up a little bit more. Thank you, I think.
Eyes numb, I'm eyes stuck, like how the fuck you come undone? A conundrum, need advice by my tongue. While I'm young, I'm afraid the long run. will be tough. Mama, I'll be damned, no. You're high off the antidote. Now followed by a phantom ass. His hand creeps up your pantyhose. This is why I'm scared it goes. Grew up, saw you dancing for a man who looks satanic, so I'm frantically panicking. Insanity all in my family. Never taught me to prepare for things. They said it's all just heredity. I think it's nonsense. They all just want me to give my life away. I'm thinking positive, negative forces draining my energy. Need time away in different places. Get me away from here, yeah. Regular basis, every day, shit, another hemisphere, yeah. I can't typically just ignore it, but I want anything for me and my shorty. She has empathy for what's important, and I've been listening to her little
Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I think I pulled it down pretty good. 2, 3. Okay, like that. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this down. Okay.
You using your other phone? The blue one?
The small one?
Mm-hmm.
You take it.
Okay. No, you can have it. I can't. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, wait.
Is it dead? Dead.
There's a button. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, what did he say? Just remember later. Okay. Okay. Like that.
Is it true? I'm high all the time 'cause of you. I died inside, it's a mood. I'm fine to drive, I'm cool. I'm high, not seeing tools. Bright lights, I shine like moon.
A little bit too exaggerated there.
Might die tonight like soon. Eyes blue like my mood. My mood, my mood, my mood. Might change, might make my move. I hate, I cannot choose. I choose you. Is it true? I'm high all the time 'cause of you. I died inside, it's a mood. I'm fine to drive, I'm cool. I'm high, not seeing tools. Bright lights, I shine like moon. White lines inside my room. Might die tonight like soon. Eyes blue like my mood. My mood, my mood, my mood. Might change, might make my move. I hate, I cannot choose. I choose you. Not hate here. I'm afraid of what if I stay here. I'm scared of I don't wanna face fear. I'm gonna be gone by late.
Here.
Stay
Here. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to. Okay, this is pretty closed up, so we're gonna clean out the outline, and then we'll put in the color, and then we'll see how we do with the skin.
Morgan R said, did you end up drawing Artextric?
No, not yet. I might do that later, a little bit later. I wanted to. I gotta make content. It's already 5:50. So, wait, actually, before I even do anything, hold on real quick.
Is it true? I'm high all the time 'cause of you. I died inside, it's a mood. I'm fine to drive, I'm cool. I'm high, not seeing tools. Bright lights, I shine Better hang tight, it's gonna be a late night. I can't shake my ambition to stay high. It's a gray sky.
Morgan R said you're muted.
Yeah, I know.
Can't make it to daytime. 7 straight nights make me fucking hate life. Hit your FaceTime every other late night. Except for this time, cause I hate to say bye. Could've saved lives, probably couldn't save mine. On my best flight.
Alright, cool. We got that. Now I'm gonna lighten this a little bit more.
Morgan R said oh, okay.
Like that. And then like that. A little bit more. Okay. 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 Now let's put it's for the best.
Better hang tight, it's gonna be a late night. I can't shake my ambition to stay high. It's a gray sky, can you come and stay by? Just in case I can't make it today.
Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta get something ready for the next post. 1 second, I'm gonna be a bit quiet.
Except for this time, cause I hate to say bye. Could've saved lives, probably couldn't save mine. I stay by your picture when I'm stoned. Troubles, he punch liquor on the drive home. Shadows in the flicker of the light bulbs. Anyone remember me when I go? Lie low, lie low. I've been suicidal, thinking with my eyes closed. No matter where I go, this decision is final. Never look behind you, might see what you don't like to. I don't talk to God, but sometimes wish I could find you. I look in her eyes, I see dreams, I see vitals. And I've been seeing signs in the things I was blind to. Call me a name, can you make me confess? All the things that you hate, I suppress. When it stays in my brain and it makes me a mess. Staying depressed, something stranger than death. Call me a name, can you make me confess?
Art with Ryan said hi teach.
Hello, hello. Okay, but I think about here is fine.
This is part 2 of my
Okay.
3-part
Alright.
Song about a drug, you can see it in my eye. Something about your love gets me really fucking high. And through my mind you run from problems that you hide. And I've been coming undone, put me in a cycle. Song about a drug, you can see it in my eye. confess. All of the things that you hate are surprise. When it stays in my brain and it makes me a mess. Staying depressed, something stranger than death. Call me a name, can you make me confess? All of the things that you hate are surprise. When it stays in my brain and it makes me a mess. Staying depressed, something stranger than death.
Ko-fi Streambot said visit Artextric's Ko-fi page at
I stay by your picture when I'm stoned. Troubles you punch liquor on the drive home. Shadows in the flicker of the light bulbs. Anyone remember me when I go?
Botrix Official said be a support hero today by using commands like support. Pittiwoo 777 said holla sorry.
Never look behind you, might see what you don't like to. I don't talk to God, but sometimes wish I could find you. I look in her eyes, I see dreams, I see vitals, and I've been seeing signs in the things I was blind to. Call me a name, can you make me confess?
Ryan said whoa.
Things that you hate are surprise. When it stays in my brain and it makes me a mess. Staying depressed, something stranger than death. Call me a name, can you make me confess? All of the things that you hate
Ryan said hot art bro.
stays in my brain and it makes me a mess. Staying depressed, something stranger than death. Song about a drug, you can see it in my eye. Something about your love gives me really fucking
Ryan said oh my b.
through my mind you run from problems that you hide. I've been coming undone, put me in a cycle. Song about a drug, you can see it in my eye. Something about your love gets me really fucking high. I've been coming undone, put me in a cycle. Through my mind you run from problems that you hide. Call me a name, can you make me confess? All of the things that you hate are
Nightbot said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
surprise, something stranger than death. Call me a name, can you make me confess? All of the things that you hate are surprise. When it stays in my brain and it makes me a mess. Staying depressed, something stranger than
Mike Kaz said Nightbot and the all caps sweep. It's like a chat Roomba.
Okay.
Mike Kaz said also hi Ryan.
Dinky Daffy says I think I came in at the right time.
Lion_Pookie said, "Hey, what are you drawing?"
We're doing a skin study.
Lion_Pookie said, "What?"
Skin study.
Lion_Pookie said, "Why are you drawing?"
Alright, there we go.
Nightbot said at Lion_Pookie, greater than much better. Stop spamming caps.
Brightroclose says skin study.
Mike Kaz said, "Lion, please Nightbot times people out for all caps and asking the same thing multiple times."
Okay. What was that? It takes two.
Mike Kaz said also there's a slight delay, it's usually 3 to 4 seconds delayed, so give it time for questions.
Yeah. Okay, what is that song? I go to Instagram for this. Let me find that one song. Available. Right.
Keyheart said, "Ice ice baby hydrate elbow cough."
200 both. That's kind of sad. God damn it. I don't think that was gonna work out for itself, but it didn't. 2, 3. Where do I find? Maybe I gotta go to my saved. It's gonna suck going through all this. Maybe if I go to the... No, now that one. Okay. Sorry guys, I have to post something. I'm on a schedule and trying something brand new, so hopefully this will work out. Probably won't, but we'll see. Okay, here we go. Okay. You know what they should do with the Fooly Cooly franchise? Instead of making like a brand new story with Fooly Cooly progressive and alternative and all that crap, which kind of failed. Instead of doing that, why don't you just retell the story what it was supposed to be back in the early 2000s? Use the same characters, go down the same path, just give it the Full Metal Alchemist, Hunter x Hunter 2011 type, you know, type treatment when I think of it. Why do a whole new story when you can use the old story and retell it? Because it's not like the whole story wasn't even told correctly anyway. We just know it based on the 6 episodes and they made it iconic. Now, wouldn't it be best just to retell the whole story from what it was supposed to be told? Because if I remember right, I think Fooly Cooly was supposed to have about like 20 episodes, actually. About 20 to 15 episodes. Not 6. Wouldn't that make more sense? Instead of doing like a whole new story with new characters that was really boring and not really all that fun to deal with. I think that makes more sense. Just retell the story again. By not retelling, but telling what it was supposed to be. Let's go by the old script. I think that makes total sense. Where is it? No, not that one. It's all these damn things. Shit, and I heard the song just earlier. I don't know.
Oh no.
Nope.
Brightroclose says fair point.
I just think that makes more sense when you think about it. Like it doesn't make sense to go with alternative and progressive, and I think there was a third one I forgot. But like, or grunge, and there was grunge, right? Just retell the same story, and just try to recreate what happened from the old story and just continue on from where it was supposed to do. What it was supposed to be before the studio went left because of the whole, like, I think it was like a money thing. I think it was a money fraud thing or some shit that made Studio Guy Next go left. And then the same people from Studio Guy Next ended up making a new studio called Studio Trigger. So they just take Trigger and just retell the story. I'm pretty sure the original
Monopoly God 6565 asks, can I see full?
Because it doesn't make much sense to even focus on such things, like, outside of that. It just doesn't make sense. Alright. Alright, I think we got the base colors in. Now we gotta figure out how the skin works from this point on. Oops. We don't need any of this anymore. I do not need this. Actually, we do need one thing. I'll say we get rid of this part. And then this part. Let me see here. Now, how we're gonna do this. So, based on the reference I'm seeing, alright, so we have the base color and everything. Then they put, like, decide where the light source comes from. So we need to figure out where the light source is coming from. So I'm gonna use like this red here. I'm gonna use this red light. No, I don't have the right light source. I'll put LS. Light source. Okay. And then, so it's coming from this particular direction. So it's from I'll say top down LS. So everything from here should be shadow or shaded. All right, so that's where we're at there. Give me 1 second. Not that one. Where is that song? No. Nope. It's so annoying how you can find a song that you've been hearing all, like, for a good while, and then when you need it, you don't know the name of it. That shit pisses me off. Nope. 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 Not. Nope. Nope. Can't find it. Jesus Christ, where is this song? It's always the oh my god. Okay, I'll find it later. Okay, so the light source coming this way. So what we're gonna do is put in just the shading only. So I'm gonna hit that. What we can do is two different ways of doing this. So in the reference it says that, okay, it's coming from
Mike
down
has
there.
said Shazam and Google has it that you can hum the song and it can find something close if it can find the song itself.
You can do that? Oh. Okay. Okay. Fuck. What am I doing? Okay, like that. Hold on, let me get this first. Okay, so the stomach. Okay. I'm gonna have to use this one, Wale, the Wale song. Yep, I'm gonna have to go with that one.
This is part 2 of my
Yep.
three-part series.
Alright, there we go. I think I figured it out. Okay, like that.
King, Coco says hello.
Hey, what's good, bro?
I hope y'all enjoyed. If this get 50 likes, I'll post the next one.
Okay. A traditional art. Cut. Paste. Okay, final.
King, Coco says this is weird because there's not many people.
Well, I'm doing a study, so it's boring. I'm not drawing anyone that they know. I just literally have half a woman. That's not good enough. Let me see.
King, Coco says oh okay.
Okay, that's a. Well, that's gonna work, but let's see. Weirder things has happened. Your forge. Let that go.
King. Coco says why's you VTuber so glitching?
Oh, maybe because I'm from the thing. Okay.
King. Coco says oh okay.
Okay, got that.
This is part 2 of my 3-card series. This is part 1 of a 3.
That's 43,
Here's a reason.
51.
This is part 1 of a 3-card. This is part 2 of my 3.
They say post 3 times a day. That is stupid as hell. I swear to God, that shit's a lie.
King. Coco says someone sent a galaxy.
Someone sent a galaxy? No, they didn't. There's nothing on the list that shows me that. There's no one sent no galaxy. They only sent like a bracelet, a popular vote, and a heart me. That's what TikTok tells me. Plus the sound effect would have went off. There's literally a list that shows me all the gifts I got this week.
King. Coco says like how many people said a galaxy?
None. Which is funny because like I lowered the price to the gifts, but no one still wants to buy. I don't know how. I see people get gifts for less, like something for such stupid nonsense. It's like it's weird. It is incredibly weird. I see people give gifts to the most stupidest of things. Like nothing of true value in the slightest, so I don't know how. Like it'll be a person doing absolutely nothing. There's like this one dude who does like Michael Jackson NPC shit. He's just doing he looks ridiculous as hell. And I was like,
King. Coco says I would send but I don't have money.
I gotcha. It's just so frustrating how
King.
like
Coco says sorry.
I go to like other streams just to look, and then I just see people just give gifts and shit, like high ass gifts for like the most dumbest of things. And I mean, like, I'm not even trying to sound like I'm hating, but it's like it's just really stupid shit. Like, why would you give money to that? Like, makes no sense. Like, you're not learning anything, you're not getting anything of value from that. It just seems kind of pointless.
Luis GNA says hablas español.
So it makes no sense. No español. No. Why do people constantly ask if I speak Spanish? It's kind of weird. No. Like there was like one dude who was pretending like okay, for instance, like
King.
there's a
Coco says I know Spanish.
like there's a dude, I think some of you may know who I'm referring to. He's a dude who pretends like he's about to knock over like a bunch of cards or something, and he has like the filter on that makes him look like he's crying. You might know what I'm referring to, but he never knocks down the actual cards, House of Cards. But people keep sending him money to knock it over because he said if you send him money, he'll knock it over or
King.
something.
Coco says MIDK.
Like it's so stupid. I'm like, bro, you're like, guys, you're giving money to a person who's gonna pretend to hit over cards. You can do that. Like anyone can do that. Like, what the fuck? It is the most weirdest thing. Like it is a beautiful and horrible time to be alive. This era is a weird era. When the aliens ever do come and see our dead bodies from us destroying ourselves, they're gonna look at our entertainment, if they can ever forge that, and be like, what the fuck is this? So confused of what the hell. Hopefully their alien technology will probably figure out how human behavior works, and they can explain to them how stupid we truly were. As a whole species, to a degree. Okay. Okay, like that.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page at Botrix Official said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
And the wildest part is like those same people who come to my stream who ask me how to teach them how to draw will be the same people who would be like, "Oh, it's $3 to learn how to draw? Oh no, not doing that." And then those same people will take that $3 and more and give it to some OF girl on the internet because they think they're pretty. I'm like, bro, you can actually get a skill. Like, that shit's crazy. Make it make sense.
Brightroclose says tough.
Right? Think about it. Think closely on that. Like,
King.
fuck.
Coco says I can look up at the top left corner. It shows me who give gifts to who.
Yeah, it says right here, only people who sent gifts was Oniko, Crumble, the guy with the Garfield picture. That's it. That's all the gifts I got. And from Jolly Rancher was the first, then it was Bose, was a squirrel. He sent a bunch of squirrels. And then Oniko sent a heart, a bracelet, and a vote up. That's it. No other gifts that I see. Oh, one.
King. Coco says no, like I see random people sending stuff.
To me? Because I don't got that. Because there's no one sent me
Nightbot
anything.
said be a support hero today
Other than
by
those
using
things,
commands
those
like
Nothing
/donation.
high on that's on my menu on the screen.
King. Coco says no to other people.
Oh, I see. It's just wild. Nothing from work. Great. Nothing. Nothing important. Great.
King.
Fuck me.
Coco says what games do you play?
No, lately I haven't been in a lot of games other than Repo and Marvel's Rivals lately. I used to play for a lot of first-person shooters, but they kind of got old and stale for me. I don't even fuck with Call of Duty since... Shit. When the last time I fucked with Call of Duty was like... 2017? Like a little before 2017, like between 2016 and 2017.
King. Coco says do you play Apex?
Used to, but no one used to play with me, so I just stopped playing it back in 2019, a little before 2020. Used to play it on Xbox, but now I play on computer, so I don't know if I'll ever play that on computer now. Play on console again. I don't think I'll ever go back
King.
to console, to be
Coco
honest.
says I can play with you.
Well, sadly, I would say yes to that, but if you're talking about like on stream, you gotta pay to do that. Sadly. Because we have one person named Flynn Vassis that plays with us on Repo, and he pays the initial price to become in the videos and stuff. Sorry about that, bro. We do that as a temporary fix so people don't do anything insane on stream. And plus, even if you say you won't, it's not fair to the people who paid and things, so I can't just let you on. I appreciate it though. I do miss Apex though. I think the only game I stopped playing. Hold on. Okay, yeah. The only game I stopped playing and enjoyed was Apex to a degree because I used to get good wins. But I think what frustrates me is like sometimes people who are just really don't know what the fuck they're doing. And then they get super mad when they get destroyed by like the opposite team because they didn't stick with the team. Kind of like with Marvel Rivals and Overwatch. They'll ask for heals, but they'll run off far into the distance past the enemy team backline and get destroyed and say, why am my healer's not healing me? Like every time, bro. Every fucking time. Like, you're just a fucking moron. Like, stay with the team. Stay with your healers. And plus, protect the healers as well. Because if you protect me, you stay alive. Like, duh. And then, like, I know people are going to say, I know you need to be protected, but you have to learn how to fight and fend for yourself. I'm like, yeah, we know that because we have a Black Panther up my ass and also Magic who's just somehow passed backline of all you and then just destroy us in the back. Or, if it's not a Black Panther or a Magic, it's a fucking Spider-Man. I'm like, this dude won't leave me the hell alone, right? And then, if it's not that, somehow, he's not even flanking. Somehow, a Thor will walk past the whole team and target me specifically. And team will pretend they don't see the giant, God of Thunder just walk past all y'all and start wailing on me. And then said, where's my heals? Oh my god, the healer's not healing me. I didn't get no heals all game. Shut the fuck up. You lucky you making that sentence. Like, you lucky I hate losing more than I hate you. Like, shut up. You're getting heals. You're just being stupid. Stay with the team. Like, it's weird how... they're stream sniping. It's weird, like, to me, like, how... I find it really annoying when they say they get no heals, but, like, most of the time, they're dying because they throw themselves into, like, death's door. They just don't stay. And it's weird, like, how you play, like, a competitive game,
Mike
right?
has said other team going against the Geneva Convention and going after the medics.
But, like, it's funny, like, how you can play, like, a one comp game, and you get a bunch of idiots who don't know what they're doing, or they like to argue for the sake of arguing, and then just ruin the game. Or throw, right? And then you get, like, one random game on competitive. I'm not even talking about quick play. Because quick play don't count when I'm talking about Marvel Rivals. I always play mainly just, what do you call it, ranked. Because I find it more fun to just play ranked instead of playing quick play. I feel like quick play is on easy mode and most people are just not putting the effort and just kind of stupid. Like, you should not tilt when you're playing, like, quick play. Quick play is for experimentation. Or if not experimentation, go to bots. But then again, that's kind of like a more lesser easy, like more higher easy. That trying things may not work because it's not a real person. So it's best to try to do that in quick play, right? If you do it with a bot, it's going to work 9 times out of 10 because it's a bot and it's pretty predictable. But when you play with other people, you can understand like the behavior or what likelihood what someone would do in a situation, right? So in my honest opinion, it's like it's weird where you can play a competitive game, get a bunch of morons who don't know what they're doing, like to argue, blah blah blah, and then you get another game where no one talks whatsoever, not once, and knew exactly what to do in the situation as if it was quick play. Ain't that weird? And I think they said this in the Marvel Rivals where they kind of pair you up. Like, they look at people as, I think, at their lose streak. So, like, if you lost 3 games, they're going to throw you in a game pool with people who are much less than you are. I don't know if they changed that, but it's like if you have a streak of losing of 3 or 4, they'll definitely throw you in a game of the 5th game will be like something super easy, someone way, way less horrible than you. So that it keeps you still on the game to a degree. They'll give you like 1 or 2 games in the pool for people who are much worse than you are. So you get that dopamine hit, like, okay, I can get back in the game. But like, I think it was Tim the Tatman said this, where if you win 2 games on ranked, what you should do is jump off ranked, go back to quick play 3 quick games of quick play, and come back to ranked. Because what's gonna happen is once you have a streak of like winning from like 2 or 3 games of ranked in a row, they'll definitely throw you in a pool where you are not like you are a diamond, and they'll throw you like full GM, right? So it keeps you knocked a peg to the point where you know you're not good enough, right? But you also think you did well enough to still stay. It's like a psychology thing that they do. Because they did this with mobile games. They want you to stay on their game as much as possible, right? They're not trying to make you tilt to the point that you want to leave. Like it's Fortnite, right? I don't know if Fortnite does the same thing or something similar, but that's what I've heard with Marvel Rivals. But I don't know if they changed those aspects. Boss. Let me see. The boss. Okay, but it is what it is. You should probably do. A talk in the chat. I would, but then again, it's like I can't. I can't. If I'm streaming, no. I don't trust chat. I don't trust chat like that. If it was like if I'm playing with a bunch of people who I personally know, then yeah, I'll put it on. But like, no, I'm not playing with randoms. Randoms will quick to say the N-word so fast on stream and get me banned. They don't even know they're streaming. Like once they know I'm streaming, or even if they don't know, these people are unhinged. They'll argue for the sake of arguing. Like once someone says ban the Spider-Man and we don't, oh my god, they lose their fucking mind. And then it's that one person who doesn't get heals because they got hit on the toenail, literally on their toenail, lost 1 HP and saying I'm not getting heals. It'll be like a tank or a stupid ass Spider-Man main complaining about, oh, I didn't get heals, like almost instantly. And you see how when I heal, I don't wait till you get hurt. I'm just already healing you. So there's no question of you getting heals. Especially if I'm playing like, what's her name? Cloak and Dagger. You don't see me just like wait till you get hurt. Anyone who does that is crazy. I don't think, why should you wait to do that? That's crazy. Don't do that. Well, let me get the music back on. Why is it reconnecting? What the fuck? Okay. Alright, so, oh, I gotta get that out of there. Once I post the thing on YouTube, we're gonna do the reactions while I do this skin study. Let's see here. What the fuck? What the hell? Okay, weird. Okay. Alright, so it says here... okay, so we put in the areas where there's going to be some form of light. Now, I think they threw a little bit of, like, I'm going to put, like, about here. I don't think it should be that big. It should be that. I think that's too bright. So what we'll do is right there. It's too. Why? Okay. You know the show Invincible? I've watched season 1, but I did not watch season 2. I'm too late. I've been too lazy getting around to it, but I'll eventually get around to it. I've been just too busy and swamped with trying to make content. Okay. Just realizing it has not read out anything since I clicked on it.
King, Coco says real.
You know what they should do? For you to play... I think I said this a month ago. For you to play competitive, you can't be on one trick at all. You have to know at least... You have to play at least 2 or 3... I think 2 or 3 different two different characters in 3 classes. And you must have a certain, like, hours on them, or some form of mastery on them for you to play competitive, so we don't run into this problem where you're stuck with a one-trick Spider-Man. He's like 4 and 15, and you're like saying to yourself, bro, can you please switch? It's not working. You're getting killed by the Namor. Like, come on. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, I understand you like playing Spider-Man, and I understand that, but please, just for the love of Christ, for this one sake, can you at least play someone else? And then that one person either won't respond, or they will respond, and they'll have every excuse under the book saying that they're doing fine. Somehow, their schizophrenia goes off and starts saying, oh, I'm doing just fine, bro. Like, I'm doing better than the other Spider-Man. Okay, fine, you're doing better than the other Spider-Man, but then again, are we winning? And then again, you're 4 and 15. You have more deaths than the healers. How? How? And what's wild is they have a Black Panther and a Magic, and somehow the healers are not as dead and flanking them too. They don't have as much deaths as you as the Spider-Man. Can you please switch? Can you switch to, like, I don't know, a Captain America, or maybe, I don't know, what do you call him? Iron Fist, something. It's not working. Get off the Spider-Man, please. And then they'll have some type of insane excuse. It's crazy. Okay. I'm gonna talk about the face. And then if he does switch, he'll get killed by like one person one time, and then he'll switch right back to the Spider-Man and say, I did my job. It's like, bro, why are you like this? We're not asking you to be the like a GM, whatever. We're just asking you to switch. You may actually surprise yourself if you put the effort. And we know that we have the healers. We'll heal you, so we'll make up for your BS. We already know you can't play this character. We are very much aware of that. So this is it is the healer's job to make sure you stay like absolutely like alive, because now you're more reliability trying to fix the problem. So do your best, stay close to the healers, and maybe you just probably do well in this new character you don't even like playing. You might learn something. This is why it's best to have a flex player, several flex players, than just one trick. Because the one trick will have every reason not to help. And everyone thinks that their one trick hero is going to solve every problem. They can just, I don't know, like full-blown help by just kind of bulldozing their way through comp alone, solo queuing it, thinking they're not going to run into any problems or a counter that they can't, you know, defeat. It's crazy. Diabolical. I only life as a horseman. You the everlasting world. Okay. Oh wait, no. Alright guys, once I get this done, we're gonna, not this, I'm talking about this, once I post this on YouTube, we'll start doing the reactions. I don't think we're gonna have time to do the, I don't know if we're gonna have time to do it, but we'll see.
Brightroclose says gotcha.
I know that Bry's kind of waiting on that. I know Bry gets excited for the manga recommendations. Okay, we have one video. We might do recommendations first. That might make more sense. Hold on 1 second. So let me turn that down. Okay. Delete this, this one, and then you take this. What the fuck? Okay.
King, Coco says what did you send?
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna play the reactions now because it's gonna take me some time to get this video up and running, so I can post it on YouTube. So let's just get it out of the way. So let's see. Just make sure. Can any of you hear this?
This is the story of a guy called Jimmy.
Oh wait, yeah. Can you guys hear any of this? This guy talking right here.
He's this totally regular dude living in the 1920s, and everything's pretty much like you would
King,
expect from the
Coco says yes.
Okay, cool. Now I'm going to turn on this. Okay. Turn this off. Turn this on. Wait. There we go. Thank you,
Rikuga Samurai said
Crash.
yes.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. All right, so today, okay, you can hear that. Mike, can you wait?
Drippy Rick says WSP Jace.
Oh no, Bri can hear it. Okay, good. So if you can hear it, then Twitch can hear it, so we can get the video. Okay, so real quick, let me grab this real quick. I'm looking too big. Like about here. I guess you know what? What I'll do is this. I'll do the other version. So let's turn this back on. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Mike has said hi, Bri.
There we go. You guys. Okay. There we go. Okay.
Ryuga Samurai said hi, Mike.
Okay. Does it always look like that? I don't think so. Alright. So, yeah, that's ready. Okay, Twitch is ready. I think. Okay, yeah. Twitch is ready. YouTube, I think, is ready. So, okay, so, TikTok says they're ready. So that's good. You guys can hear that. So I'm going to introduce this. So for those who don't know who this is, I think I remember him. I kind of recognize his face, but I think I did a video on him a long time ago, a reaction video. So this is Pave Lover. Strange name. Anyway, this is Pave Lover. He has 96.2 thousand subscribers, and he has this video saying he's recommending things of 2025. So it says the best underrated ongoing manga to read in 2025. So let's see what mangas he's going to recommend to us. This came out a month ago, so maybe there's going to be some stuff that they introduce. Things that we already seen, things we already heard. Maybe this will be a big nothing burger. Maybe he might bring up something that we never heard before. So we'll see. So let's see what Pave has to offer. All right, let's start this.
2025 is giving us some of the best manga I've read in a very, very long time.
I just can't understand why some of them are so underrated.
We have stuff like a manga that's literally the dream of every Dark Souls player ever, or a manga where the most dangerous demon of all time is also a giant one-eyed cat. So cute! Or even a manga where a 13-year-old boy becomes the strongest hitman of all time and every single panel is an artistic masterpiece that just makes me wanna... If any of those sound at least a little bit interesting, trust me, this is only a taste of the list I have for you. Because today, I want to show you the best underrated manga I found in 2025.
My only goal with this video is to help you find a manga that you're going to love, and I will stop at nothing. Nothing. So here's the first manga.
This series was made by the author of Levius, one of the most legendary fighting manga ever made. Check this out. This is the story of a guy called Jimmy. He's this totally regular dude living in the 1920s, and everything's...
I was meaning to watch what's called Megaloblocks. I think that's what it's called. Megaloblocks. I think I'm saying that right. I wanted to see that anime for a while now. I keep putting it off because I'm like, it looks interesting, but every time I try to remember it, I just can't, and I will never bother to watch it. But whenever I see it being recommended, I'm like, oh, is that boxing anime in the future? I think it's like a futuristic boxing anime. I gotta give it a try, but I never have time to watch it. So I have to literally shoehorn my way into watching this because I think it has like 2 seasons if I remember right.
It's pretty much
Ryuga
like
Samurai said Megaloblocks.
There's old cars.
Megaloblocks? Oh, Megaloblocks. Okay, there we go.
There's old buildings. There's vampires who turn their arms into swords. Wait, what? One night, Jimmy is chilling on his rooftop until he almost falls off the building. Suddenly, a little girl called Lily grabs him and throws him back. Jimmy's like, hey, thanks for saving my life. Here's my favorite sandwich. Lily's like, damn, this is the best sandwich in my life. And Jimmy's like, so how did you throw me all the way back here? I mean, that shouldn't be possible. Whoa, 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 Okay. As it turns out, Lily is a werewolf working for a government agency that wants to end the vampires, which is really cool, but here's the problem. She only has 10 years to live. And if she wants her freedom, she's going to have to destroy all the vampires as fast as possible. And that is exactly what Jimmy is going to help her with. This is Nightlight Hounds. But now the question is, what's so special about this manga? I mean, it's pretty much your regular vampire story, right? Well, the truth is, it's actually a really unique take on a vampire story. Let me show you what I mean. First, there's this group trying to destroy the vampires called the Night Hounds. Then there's the vampires that came from Europe to America and created a gang. There's the different vampire factions and all of the members, which is a lot of members. There's the fact that the gangs pretty much control this entire city. Like, in the first chapter, one of the members actually tries to escape, but
sometimes I come
and,
across your lives, and I just have to
too
stay
well
for a bit to admire the talent.
Also the way
Ryuga Samurai said interesting.
Very interesting. Let me see. It says, let me see. Sometimes I didn't. I'm sorry. I was not even paying attention. Sorry. It says the shading is good. Sometimes I come across your lives and I just have to stay for a bit to admire the talent. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Right now I'm trying to get a video up for YouTube while we listen, and then I have to go back to this skin study while we do a reaction. So if I'm not saying something directly right now, or you see me not doing anything on the skin right now, it's just because of that. I'm just right now trying to get this correct. So, forgive me.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page at.
Yes.
Everything looks.
Okay, so I
Bot
typed
Rick's
vampire
official
into
said be a
Google, and it's
support
pretty much
hero
all these,
today
stereotypical
by using
vampires,
commands
right?
like
HYDR says how long
Manga
have you been
vampires,
drawing? This is
it's kind
fire.
of the same thing, right? But now, let's compare these vampires to the ones in Nightlight Hounds. First of all,
Since I was 6, I'm 30 now, I'm a character designer, so I'm trying to get good at my shading because I wanted to look more professional, so I'm trying to work on that. So that's why skin throws me off, so I'm trying to understand skin. I'm forcing myself to learn it so I can finally go back to my VTubing work. Jeez.
they don't just burn in sunlight. That's the first thing. You can swap between vampire form and human form. They have a bunch of cool powers, like the arm sword thing I showed you before. They're basically evolved versions of these really boring vampires we always think about. Okay, but now if I look at werewolves, it's... yeah, pretty much the same thing. Almost every werewolf here is just a wolf walking on 2 legs, which is just so lame. But now, check out the way Lily looks when she transforms. I mean, that looks sick.
Listen, I've honestly never been a huge fan of vampires or werewolves. It's just not really my thing. But this is the first time I actually had fun while reading a vampire story. All these elements together create such an awesome atmosphere. And it genuinely makes me so mad that we barely know anything about the werewolves and vampires because I just want to know more. Another thing I love is the fact that the main character is literally just a regular dude who somehow ends up caught in a war between vampire hunters and gangs. And this changes the story pretty significantly. Like, look at this.
Okay, so this is a scene where Jimmy's pretending to be part of this vampire gang while he's actually working for the gang that's hunting the vampires, right? And right now, I'm at this part where he's completely alone with the most terrifying depiction of a vampire I've ever seen in my entire life, probably. Like, you can't hear it, but I'm reading with some scary music in the background, and I'm genuinely screaming internally. Why am I doing this to myself?
We need to talk about the art. One of the things that made Levius legendary is how freaking awesome it looked. And you can really see that in Nightlight Hounds because the art is insane. Here are some of my favorite examples.
Look at the amount of detail in these eyes. Look at how awesome this character design is. Look at how beautiful the environment is.
I know I have to, like, I know I'm trying to get my video up, but I have to make comments because it's not a reaction if I don't, like, react to what he's saying. The art is amazing. It is very good. It reminds me of a little bit of Stray Dogs, if you guys know what I'm talking about. I think I can never say it right. It's called Bongo Stray Dogs. Bri will probably correct me on that, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. It kind of feels that way. And what was that one anime that reminds me of? Oh my god, it was something. It was like a vampire zombie anime horror. I forgot what it was. It's like this girl who. It's like this village who gets like sick, and the village, like the people are dying, but they're coming back as vampires or something like that in this little village, and like the main character has to figure out what's going on because they turn to like these zombie like vampire hybrids, if you know what I'm talking about. It was like and I think his
Samurai said Bungo Stray Dogs.
Bungo Stray Dogs. There you go.
I think that what I should have said in this moment was, look at how freaking beautiful every single panel looks. This manga is absolutely gorgeous, and the author is pretty much good at drawing everything. I remember reading Levius when I was a kid and genuinely loving it, so it makes me really happy to find the same feeling of excitement once again and to share it so many years later. Hey man, this is a really good, underrated recommendation, but it's not really my thing, to be honest. Sorry. Who are you? Oh, I'm you, but in a cartoon version and also way better looking. Hey, well, that's super rude, but let me check what I have. Okay, listen. Next manga on the list was actually recommended by the legendary author of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Have a look at that. The first thing that you need to know is that the story is set in this really dystopian version of Detroit where everything is pretty much the worst. We follow a kid called Akio, and in the first chapter of the manga, his mother sells him to a guy who turns him into one of the deadliest assassins ever, which basically means that he will never, ever, ever have a normal life. One day, he's busy doing his, assassin stuff until he meets Lynn, a blind lady who works at a local diner. But despite having a very difficult life, she is the first person who is kind to Akio. So for the first time in his life, this boy gets to know how it feels to have someone who cares about him and decides that he wants a different life. And now his objective is to save Lynn and escape with him. And that means fighting every single person who gets in his way. This is Smother Me. But here's the question. What makes this manga so good that one of the best authors of all time thinks you should read it? First,
This sounds so familiar to me, it's not even funny. Why does that sound so familiar to me? Like from another anime. Maybe even a movie. Why does that remind me of something?
reason is probably, most definitely, the art style. Let me show you.
Okay, so right now there's this moment where Akio is fighting and he turns around after absolutely obliterating these two dudes. And the thing that really stands out to me is that his face is completely covered in shadows. I honestly think that if this moment was drawn in a more, realistic style like Berserk, One Punch Man, Vagabond, whatever, it wouldn't hit as hard. And I'm obviously not saying that this is better, okay? But what I am saying is that it's different in a way that just works.
And you know what? As a gift from me to you, here are some of my favorite panels in this manga. Listen, I've read a lot of manga and I've never seen anything like this. It doesn't just look pretty, the art style actually fits the story super well. The action scenes also look incredible.
Okay, so I'm at this part where there's a fight between Akio and this dude called Elephant, and both of them have completely different strengths, right? Akio's super fast, but he has a very fragile body, whereas Elephant is slower, but he can kind of one-shot anyone. And I think you need to see this. Dude, every single panel in this fight is an instant banger.
I've read so many action manga and seen so many different crazy weapons, but I've never seen a character use wire before, which is just such a shame because it looks so cool. And yeah, I just showed you one of my favorite fights in this series, but the truth is,
Big lie. He's capping. We all seen Kilo use a yo-yo. That's the closest thing to a wire. We seen Naruto characters use literal
Coco
wires.
says I got to go buy hop, you can finch.
Alright, you go, bro. Appreciate you. But we seen like people in Naruto use literal like ninja wire. Like straight up. What are you talking about? Bullshit.
Single fight in this manga is a masterclass. When I started Smother Me, I really thought it was going to be this simple assassin story. What I actually got was this emotional journey of a kid trying to escape this world they have no business being a part of. The story is brutal and dark, but it's also weirdly beautiful. You know what the best part is? If you don't have time to read a manga that's over 100 chapters, which is totally normal by the way, Smother Me is only a 15 chapters
Ryu the Samurai
long.
said,
And
yeah,
yes,
I was
part
like,
of me
how you
definitely
sure
wishes
lol.
there was more because I loved it so much, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds good. We're definitely getting closer. Do you have something a little less dark?
Yeah, for sure. Let me check. Yeah. Okay, listen, I need to warn you right now. This is absolutely one of the weirdest mangas I've read in a very, very long time. And the crazy part is, it's so underrated that I had no idea it existed up until a few weeks ago. Check this out. Okay, so imagine you're in this massive city that's kind of
I was like
New York or London, for example. Everything looks super pretty. The buildings are tall. Kids are
you
playing
sure?
cards,
Yeah,
but
are
in
you
the
sure?
middle of all this, there's a tiny
Bro, I was like, are you sure? Are you sure about that?
abandoned apartment. And in this
And I
apartment,
think if I
there's a
remember right, wasn't there an anime with a boy who was supposed to marry some girl because he didn't want to get killed by her brother because he was they're like a super mafia. So to avoid being destroyed by their brother, he had to marry his sister. Not his sister. The dude's who wants to destroy him because he was too close with his sister. And then he married her so he didn't have to get destroyed by the family because he was targeted by the excessive brother. Didn't the brother use wires as a form of weapon? I'm pretty sure, for those who know what I'm talking about, it's like a hitman type it's like a mafia hitman type anime. It's over the top type anime. It's not like realistic to a degree, but it you know what I'm saying? It's like a red-haired dude and his girlfriend is a blue-haired girl he's supposed to marry or something. I think they get married legally, but not for real or something like that. I was supposed to finish it. I think I watched the first like 3 episodes of it. I forgot what it's called.
Group of 3 famished children who have absolutely nothing. One day, their neighbor decides that for some reason it would be a really good idea to summon a demon whose only purpose is to eat everything. And I genuinely mean everything. This monster is called Yatara, and the problem is that children just happen to be its favorite meal. So it easily finds the group, and right as it's about to feast, it gets this absolutely insane idea. Instead of eating them in this state, it's going to take good care of them until they're healthier. This is Yatara, and it doesn't necessarily sound like the craziest story, but trust me, making the demon the main character is actually such a cool idea for a few reasons. For example, there's a narrator for Yatara's thoughts, and I usually hate narrators because I'd rather see what's happening instead of someone actually explaining it to me. But in this manga, we know exactly what terrible things Yatara is thinking while the children are absolutely clueless, and that makes everything way scarier. Like, there's this scene where Yatara is thinking about the best way to eat them while the kids are just chilling there. There are also some genuinely absurd moments, like this scene where Yatara destroys the top floor of an entire building and steals billions just to take care of these kids. It eats people, it grows massive tentacles, it passes through walls, it stores endless amounts of random things in its stomach. It senses every single thing about its prey just by existing. This thing has literally never let a meal escape. For some reason, this demon also looks like something you'd want as a plushie. Like, don't tell me this isn't the cutest thing you've ever seen. Come on. Yatara is a very weird main character, but the thing that's even weirder is that it gets some decent character development.
Okay, so I'm reading this part where Yatara is playing rock, paper, scissors with one of the kids, and guys, I'm kind of confused. Sometimes I feel like it just wants to eat them, sometimes I feel like it's actually getting attached to them, so now I have no idea what's happening, and I'm kind of losing my mind.
Not gonna lie, I definitely wanted to see what would happen with this emotionless monster that only cares about eating. But seeing Yatara actually start caring about these kids, I don't know. I never expected to get character development for this freaking demon, and I hate to say that, but it kind of hits different. And the fact that I have no idea where this is heading is sort of my favorite thing about this manga now. Dude, this is insane, but I actually kind of like it. I feel like we're really close to something perfect right now. Yeah, I get that. It's a weird one, but you know, let me check what else I have. Okay, you know what? Just for you, I'm gonna show my favorite manga that I've recently read. This is an underrated shonen that genuinely has so much potential. Somewhere far, far away, there's a huge castle. And in this castle lives Zemu, a wizard of the 7 colors, which basically means that he's powerful as One day, Zemu finds an injured kid, so he heals him. But when he finally wakes up, the boy has no idea who he is, where he came from, or what happened to him. The only thing he knows is that he's the last survivor and prince of the Flying Country, which is basically this extremely powerful nation that just disappeared because of the Kaihen. Which brings me to my first question. What the heck is a Kaihen? Well, the problem is that even though it's in the freaking title of the manga, everyone's answer is pretty much, which is kind of concerning because there is a literal prophecy predicting that the prince is going to destroy the entire world. But luckily, Zemu says, not on my watch. And now they're on a mission to become stronger, recover his memory, and figure out what the hell this Kaihen thing actually is. Let me tell you right now, Kaihen Wizards is the kind of manga where you're going to feel extremely lost. Every single chapter, the story just threw new information at me that made everything way more confusing. But weirdly enough, that's actually the reason this manga's world building is absolutely awesome. Let me show you what I mean.
Okay, so this is the castle, right? And at some point, Zemu tells us how big it is. So,
you know, that's one of the hardest things is world building is like, and just telling a story is hard enough. World building and making it convincing to the point that you feel like you're getting what's happening or making sense of it all. That's hard to do. That is hard to do. Especially if you're just like lore dumping on your audience in the first like few chapters. Jesus Christ, that is insane because that can make and break your whole situation for your manga. if your manga is too convoluted to the point that it's like it's hard to follow, you're gonna lose readers almost instantly. Like, I know for a fact that the idea of like Black Clover wasn't hard to understand. It was a simple premise like any other shonen show. It follows the footsteps like Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, you know. So it's pretty straightforward. Dude wants to be Wizard King, right? Like Luffy wants to be the Pirate King. Like Naruto wants to be the president of all ninjas, the Hokage, right? So like that's pretty much what that is, right? So in a way, with this is like, if I make it too convoluted at the very beginning, people are not going to want to watch it. But if I make it too simple, people are going to just literally compare it to another show. And that's where that problem comes in. And the only reason, and I'm honestly telling you, the only reason that Black Clover did not get canceled to a certain degree is I will say nearly got canceled, is because they made it simple enough but made Asa annoying in the first, I'll say anime, I don't know about the manga, but the first 3 episodes. Oh my god, I haven't hated an anime protagonist so fast because he was so annoying with that screaming. Like, he was constantly screaming for like no reason. There was no reason to be screaming this much. I understand the first episode is supposed to get you hooked, or it's supposed to give you a sense of like what's going on in a very fast pace within the first 30 seconds or to at least the full episode. But Jesus Christ, it didn't matter how much world building there was with the main character screaming the way he was pissing me off. I'm like, dude, please stop. I almost dropped that show because of that. That was the only reason.
Ryuga Samurai said lol.
And if I didn't pass the initial 3rd episode, I would have hated Asa, never watched the show, said it was trash, and moved on. I'm dead serious. But because I'm like, give it a chance, give it at least a season long. At least like 20 episodes, 10 episodes, and then you can make at least a somewhat of a reasonable, because sometimes some shows take longer to take than others, right? I think in Death Note, Light doesn't get the book till the 2nd episode or the 3rd episode. I don't think it is the 1st episode, or he uses it by the 3rd or 2nd episode, or something like that. So some shows are a little slower than others, per se. So, you know.
Talking 101 gardens, 777 rooms, and somehow even more doors than that, which didn't really make sense to me until I saw that there were doors on the freaking ceiling for some reason. But just to kind of grasp the insanity of this place, check out what's inside some of these doors. This is the prince's bedroom, and it's basically a single bed in the middle of this huge empty space. I mean, I could genuinely never sleep in a place like that. Impossible. This is a garden where you can change the season with magic. Bam, autumn. Bam, winter. Bam, spring. This is a library where the bookcases go all the way up to the ceiling, which is already kind of impressive until you realize that it's one of the smallest libraries in this entire place. Are you kidding me? And this is a room full of doors. Okay, they're not all good, okay?
And it's not just the environments. No. The characters get super quirky.
This is a giant clown snake that works for Zemu, and I just don't understand why one of the most powerful wizards of all time has such a goofy looking pet. I mean, I absolutely love it. There are humans, there are demi-humans, there are animal people, there are dragon people, and I'm pretty sure that I'm forgetting a lot of other stuff. I've been reading this for a little while now, and do you know what's even crazier than this castle? The fact that there's a huge world outside of this castle that gets crazier and more interesting with every single chapter.
I swear, reading a manga where every time you learn something new, you have 10 more questions is honestly super fun. I don't know if you've ever seen Spirited Away, but Kaihen Wizards really reminds me of that movie, which is good because I freaking love that movie. This manga also handles magic way differently than most manga.
Okay, so I'm going through a couple of series just to make sure of something, but yeah, in almost every shonen, the characters can pretty much throw limitless techniques, and it's not really a big deal.
But look at what happens in Kaihen Wizards.
This is a scene where Zemu helps the prince practice, and basically he needs to keep his fingers close to a bunch of grass and control his mana without destroying the grass. Pretty simple. Zemu makes it very clear that he should not be practicing anywhere else but this training field, even if it is super simple.
We later discover that people who have the ability to use mana are super rare, and even something as simple as a wizard taking on an apprentice is a massive deal. Sure, there are a couple of really cool spells here and there, like this lady that can basically hide anywhere, or the main character who can basically use the Sharingan. I'm sorry, there is no way this is not. But that's not what makes the power system good. To me, it's the fact that this manga treats magic like this really dangerous thing, which is super refreshing and unique. I'm not gonna lie, I had no idea who the author was before this, which is kind of crazy because apparently they've been drawing manga for over 20 years, and it really shows because the art looks stunning. But instead of telling you, let me prove it to you.
Here's this thing that the author does with shadows around the main character's eyes. Can you see how terrifying this looks? Okay, now look at this panel and tell me it doesn't go hard. You're lying. You're lying. I mean, in general, the design of these characters is pretty awesome. I mean, I'd say my favorite is definitely Zemu because it's a huge win for characters with green hair. Finally, again, let's go.
The author can draw literally anything. Characters, powers, environments, weird creatures, they all look so good. Dude, I'm telling you, we're so close. We're so close to the perfect manga. Okay, you know what? I didn't want to do this, but I have one more idea. This manga is not even on my list. It was written by the author of the legendary manga Blame, and it's easily one of the most underrated things I've seen in years. So, imagine you live in this medieval kingdom where an evil sorcerer destroys the king, takes his place, steals the princess, and puts her on the highest floor of this massive tower that's absolutely packed with the most intense magical creatures. And every single person who tries to save her gets absolutely annihilated. And that's where you come in. Your name is Yuva. You're a regular guy, you're chilling, you're helping out on the farm by feeding these goddamn weird alien chickens. But then,
Why is bro saying this like we're playing a video game, like we're playing fucking Elden Ring? What the hell? Or Demon Souls.
Then they choose you to save the princess, and of course, you do the most logic and intelligent thing. You show up with nothing but a helmet and a shield. Well done. Well done. And as you climb the tower, you realize that this whole place is basically a massive maze where you could get jumped by insane magical creatures at any second. Good luck. This is Tower Dungeon, and it seems pretty basic, right? But in that case, what makes this manga so underrated? Like, what's actually good about it? Listen, I hate using this word, but this series has such a good vibe. You need to see this.
So, this is the main crew. We have Yuva, the strong but clumsy warrior, Lily-sen, the powerful but angry mage, and Elquo, the intelligent but super stressed out leader of the squad.
The samurai said maybe his name is Yulol.
Maybe his name is you.
Elquo is really nervous, so he messes up the map that the team needs to follow. And check this out, Lily-sen tells him, if something's wrong, you need to tell us so we can deal with it together.
And a little bit later,
so they basically just beat this group of guards, and can you see how they're hugging? Not only is this really wholesome, I love it because you can see how much they've evolved as a group. Dude, I'm reading this while listening to a medieval playlist, and this is genuinely one of the best reading experiences I've had in such a long time.
There's a certain strong feeling you get when you're part of a team, like maybe playing a sport or video games or whatever. And I've seen so many fantasy series that try but fail to pull off this feeling. In Tower Dungeon, you have the epic fights, sure, but you also have the moments where everyone is just chilling together, and those are actually my favorite moments of this series. This manga somehow manages to be both cozy and epic at the same time, which is awesome. The art style looks really different from what I'm used to, but that's not the best thing about it. The author is actually so good at using the show don't tell technique. Let me show you. I hate myself so much for this.
Oh, you mean something that a lot of Westerners do not use because, I don't know, it's like the best proven thing to use in the storytelling frame? No, we like to write stories like it's a CW story. We have no sense of like wonder. We have to hold our hand and tell us exactly how everyone is feeling and doing. Oh my god.
Try to imagine the biggest tower you can think of. Okay, now imagine a tower that's 100 times bigger, okay? And now imagine a tower that's 100 times bigger and the tower that was 100 times bigger. The author could easily have some random character say something like, the tower is so tall that it reaches above the clouds, or something like that. I'm not a writer, okay? But instead, they decide to show you several panels where it's progressively zooming out until you realize how freaking insane this tower actually is. And I cannot even explain to you how freaking much I love that. But I think that the secret sauce of this manga is the fact that it's just Dark Souls, but in a manga.
Okay,
so I knew it, the way he was saying that sounded like
giant mucus insect, right? And the group had to bring salt, which is the insect's weakness. They had to figure out a strategy, and even though they have all of this put in place, they pretty much fail. But at the last second, they decide that Yuva is going to drop from all the way up a pillar and jump into the insect with the salt. And it works.
The fights aren't just defeat the monster by hitting it as many times as possible. Every single battle feels like the characters are the underdogs, which makes every victory feel so satisfying. Plus, the fights are super short, which makes them even more intense. Every single one of these manga is a banger. They're really different from anything that's out there, and almost no one is talking about them, which is genuinely sad. Dude, I love the recommendations, but I didn't find the perfect manga, to be honest. Hey, don't worry about it. I got you. I said I would stop at nothing, so I'm gonna stop at nothing. I'm gonna keep my promise. So that is another list of manga. Let's do this.
Okay, so that was Pave. That's his name, Pave. If I'm saying it right. I hope I'm saying that right. Pave Lover. Still a strange name. Not gonna lie. Give him a follow, like, share, follow, and comment to him. I hope you guys enjoyed his recommendations. I think it was a bit over the top on my behalf, but then again, that's just me. But I think he did a great job. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one and all that great stuff. And give him a follow. I'll put his stuff in the descriptions and all that great stuff. Thank you. See you guys in the next one. Oh. Okay, we're going to the next one. We're going to the next. Who will be next? Okay. I know I don't like doubling up on the same creator, but it's not like there's a bunch of them popping up in my feed because I probably ran through majority of them. And his bullies, he's mysterious. Okay, it's the arrow thing. So
Connor Alfano said him back.
Welcome back. So what we're gonna do? I'll pick some of the hard stuff, but I don't think TikTok's can't handle that because TikTok's a puss. So let me see. Let's do rotation. 2 days ago. Nope. Let me see. The Masked Man. I haven't seen any videos from him for a good while, I don't think. Let me see. This is a day ago. The best manga you aren't reading. Okay. Soul Eater did what modern anime won't. Okay. The hit manga sales up. Okay, this sounds like this is from the This is from the Masked Man. So for those who don't know, we've done videos of him before on this channel. But I moved all the videos over to my reaction channel. So if you want to check those out, you can. You can type in the Masked Man. I tagged all them in their respective videos and names and all that stuff. So this is the Masked Man, and it says the best manga you aren't reading. I'm not subscribed to him? That's weird. Subscribe to him. I actually like his stuff. So let's see what he has. This came out yesterday. Wait. Did we just talk about this? No. Come on. Fuck. Never mind. We can't do this. We just did a video on Tower Dungeon. I just read the description. This is about Tower Dungeon. We're not doing this. I'm not gonna double up on the same story twice by a different creator. That just makes no sense. Okay. Let me see here. Most vile protagonist ever. No vile stuff because I don't want to piss off TikTok. Let me see. Crap. I was ready to watch this video, but no. So let me see. No. I like looking for like the little guy. I don't like picking technically the word little. I like looking for either the little guy or if your video is interesting, I will watch it whether you're big or small. I read 35. That's too long. That's 29 minutes. No, nothing too long. It has to be like 10 minutes or at max 15. Nothing longer than that. I don't think it makes any sense to go like past 20 minutes. That's crazy. No one's gonna watch that. The shorter the better. Like the best is like 5 minutes. That's not bad. Okay, so this is why when you type in like recommendations in manga and like on YouTube, shit, bro. You get the bunch of shorts, which is annoying. I get it, but it's very annoying. So I may have to go back to Pave again. Because I saw a picture of something about a fighting anime manga that he recommended. I'm not too sure. Yeah, you know what? Okay. Sufferance 2 months ago. 35 new ranked. Nah. I would go Sufferance, but that's 21 minutes long. Oh no. I'm not approving on this. Screw it. Okay, we'll do one video of Pave again, I guess. Whatever. It's not like we have a bunch of plethora of different creators that's popping up. Most of them, they're either recommending something I already seen, I'm reading the title, or something that we already heard of, or it's like old videos that's being popped up. So, well, what's this? Top GL, no. Okay, what are the best manga for beginners? 8. Ooh, what are the best manga for beginners? That might be interesting. It's interesting, but not new. Let me see. 10 days ago, friends too. Nope. Okay, we're going to Pave.
Connor Alfano said you should draw Goku. Kofi Streambot
No, I'm not
said
gonna do
visit
that.
Artextric's Kofi page at.
Sadly, I'm not doing that.
Fighting manga.
I draw Goku 1,010 times and no one cares.
But Rick's official said be a support hero today.
Sorry.
By using commands like /donation.
Y'all gotta get off this man Jock. It's either Goku, Gojo, or who else? Those are usually the two I get. Some other character I can't think. Jojo, there we go. Let me see here. Wait. Did I do the thing again? Okay. Hold on. I know you guys can't see it. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I got you. I got you guys. Don't worry. I got you. Over there on TikTok. I got you guys.
Nightbot said be a support hero today. By using commands like /donation.
Picture in picture. There you go. And then we go back to TikTok. YouTube. Here's reactions. Reactions. Okay. Boop, boop. Got that. And then we get the picture in picture. Wait, what? Wait, what the what? What the what? What the what? Wait, what? Hold on. Okay. And then go back here. Oh, there we go. That's what happened. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, and then where's the RB? Oh, there it is. Okay. I feel like it's not. Oh no, you don't. Don't do this. Okay. Okay, there we go. Caught you, bitch. Alright, there you go. Alright guys, so this video's from Pave again. We're doing Pave Lover again. I don't mean to do the same creator twice. I don't think it's fair, but it's not like there's a bunch of options. I like recommendations. I don't like doing a bunch of like synopsis of like one video of like one anime and that's it, unless it's really interesting, different. And we've already heard about Tower Dungeon, so like it makes no sense to watch a video on another creator who's probably better, and then like we're hearing the same damn thing. It makes no sense. So this one's called From Pave Lover. This fighting manga is about a side character. Oh, okay, let's go.
Are famous for having the coolest, most charismatic, and most awesome-tacular main characters ever. But in this fighting manga, the main character is literally a background character. Red Blue started 3 years ago, and for a very long time, only 30 out of 130 chapters were translated because no one cared. But recently, a lot of people started saying that it's one of the best fighting manga of all time. I mean, it became so popular that almost all the remaining chapters were translated in less than a month, which I have genuinely never seen in my entire life. So today, I'm going to show you why people love Red Blue so much. But I'm also going to find out if it's actually that good
great art.
or just hype.
Okay. I really haven't read a fighting manga in a super long time, so I really hope this is as good as everyone's saying, okay? So I'm gonna warn you right now, you need to take everything you know about fighting manga and just throw it out, because Red Blue does things completely different. First of all, you open the manga and bam, you see Kenshin.
Just to be clear, I'm gonna go back drawing and focusing on the skin. It's just that I got one last platform to post. It's Instagram, sadly. I'm trying to get back to Instagram just in case TikTok goes out the window. So, you know.
Rescues dogs from shelters. He cheers everyone up. He always smiles, but most importantly, he's an MMA genius who's on his way to becoming the best fighter in Japan. This guy is literally the perfect shonen protagonist. I mean, in any other manga, he would definitely be the main character. But in Red Blue, he's not. Instead, we follow Aoba Suzuki. This guy just wants to live a peaceful life. He has asthma, he can barely move, and yeah, he has no friends. Trust me when I say that this man is the definition of a background character. Like, the only thing about him that's giving main character to me is his name. Yep, I don't know why Aoba Suzuki just sounds really cool to me for some reason. Here's the thing. Aoba and Kenshin used to be in the same class when they were kids. In a lot of other manga, this would probably be the perfect setup for a kind of friendship or rivalry or something similar, right? Like, it would be the kind of story where the protagonist helps the weak kid become stronger with the power of friendship, determination, and hard work. We've all seen that. Here's what actually happens. One day, Aoba gets dragged out of class by a dude called Iwase who wants to beat him up. But Kenshin saw that happening and he wants to help Aoba because he's Kenshin. And we witness one of the most disgusting punches in the history of manga. After that happens, Kenshin takes Aoba and he's like, I'm gonna teach you some karate punches. And in this moment, Aoba realizes he just doesn't really like Kenshin. So he does the one thing you should not do to an MMA prodigy. He tries to punch him in the face, which is also not the first thing you should do if you don't like someone, by the way. So yeah, Kenshin punches him back like it's nothing, and in that moment, Aoba suddenly understands how much he actually hates Kenshin. And now, the goal is very simple: to see Kenshin's arrogant mug distorted by an agonized frustration. Listen, I didn't write this. I'm the one who said it, okay? It feels super weird.
What? Just like, my voice probably sounds like the meme. Like Jesus, I am so confused. Wait, what? You hate him. You know he's probably an MMA fighter, and you throw the first punch to see that will work. That didn't work out so well, big chap. I don't think that was I don't think that was it, Chief. Like, okay.
Have a side character as a main character, but the truth is, Aoba is one of the things that people.
Wait a minute, didn't I not make this same statement like 2 months ago? I asked a question: is there like an anime that makes the side character the main character, but he doesn't really do much? Isn't that like a thing? Damn! What the hell? What the hell?
Most about Red Blue, because apparently he just gets better and better. So I really wanted to find out if he's actually that interesting or if people are kind of exaggerating.
Okay, so after the first chapter, Aoba wants to join Shark Gym, which is also the gym where Iwase trains. And the first thing that I noticed is that he goes through this massive transformation. Like, in the beginning of chapter 1, you can see that he's just kind of sad. I mean, look at the emptiness of his eyes, and someone just help him, please.
The samurai said you did
after
well.
he gets punched by Kenshin,
that's crazy.
he becomes filled with
pure violence. You can see that because he starts acting completely differently. For example, at some point he suddenly insults this group of guys, and it's so random and hilarious and completely different from what he usually does. How is he just standing there and laughing after doing that? This is wild. My man actually starts talking more, he starts having fun, he starts smiling. I mean, yeah, that's a terrifying smile, but it's still. And when he's finally at the gym, he doesn't join them because he found his passion for MMA. No. This man walks into the gym, the coach asks him, why do you want to join? And he just goes, I want to punch Kenshin. And do you want to know what the insane part is? The coach replies, yes, that is exactly what we need, because apparently if there's something wrong with you, that's the best way to start MMA. I mean, the coach says it himself. Seriously, it is so cool to see Aoba change like that once he finds his dream. And the thing I love the most is that his dream is completely insane, especially if you compare it to a regular shonen protagonist. There is nothing noble like I want to be king of pirates or I want to be Hokage. No, this man just straight up admits, I want this dude to suffer, and he does everything for that to happen. I also think that in most manga, they would actually try to redeem this kind of character by turning them into a regular good guy. So I really appreciate that Red Blue just lets Aoba be Aoba. He has a very dark side, and somehow it makes him way more likable. As I continued reading, I also found out that Aoba
likable.
is really smart.
It makes him different, and it makes him interesting because, like, this is asshole stays asshole, not, oh, he's an asshole, he's gonna be a good person over time. Not like what they did with, like in Zatch Spell, where Kyo is kind of like an asshole because he's like really smart and he doesn't think he needs friends. And he over time believes that he needs friends when being with Zatch after a while. He starts learning things about himself. No, this guy is an ass. Let's just keep it that way. Or, I think they did the same thing in Blue Lock. Like, Blue Lock is not haiku. Right? They don't learn the way about being like a team member. It learns the way being how ultimately selfish you can be to be at the top spot.
Like, terrifying.
I noticed that with Japan, they've been really focusing like negative like attributes of the human psyche and making it interesting with a weird twist on it, where being an asshole is probably the best thing to be than being a good person.
Smart. Okay, so after Aoba joins Shark Gym, Coach Takiwa wants to fight him to see if he has any potential. And there's this moment when he tries to punch him and then to kick him, but Aoba dodges it like he's kind of Neo in the Matrix. Look at that! And that's because this man has been studying every single fighting move Iwasa used against him in school. But that's not something he only does at school. The truth is, he analyzes every fighter's moves all the time. Like, he has so many notes that he has stacks of notebooks. I don't know if you've ever seen Blue Lock, but the main character in Blue Lock basically analyzes stuff all the time. And it's really iconic because you can basically see these puzzle pieces floating around him when he's analyzing something, and it just looks so freaking cool. Aoba has the exact same thing with his notes. Like, look at his opponent being completely covered in notes because Aoba's trying to figure out how to beat him. At some point, even his eyes turn into literal notes. Like, what is happening to this man? I kid you not, he is so good at analyzing that he learns really advanced techniques just by looking at them and repeating them in his head over and over and over. Listen, we've all seen the genius character who analyzes everything. I feel like that's a trope in, a bunch of manga. But it's not really a trope we see for main characters, let alone main characters in a fighting manga. And surprisingly, it works really well. The thing is, I had absolutely no idea where they were going with Aoba because he's clearly insane, which is really fun for like 10 chapters. But if a character is just insane and there's nothing more than that, it can get kind of boring.
Wait, what is bro talking about?
Something really cool.
They do that all the time in anime and fighting anime. They overanalyze things most of the time. What are they talking about? What, bro? No, what the hell?
So I'm reading this and I can see that Aoba's teammates are kind of starting to be a bit more wholesome with him. I mean, basically they realize that behind all that creepy analysis and obsession with beating Kenshin, there's a real person. He also develops this weird but extremely funny sense of humor. Like, there's this moment where he puts a guy into a triangle choke and says that that's exactly how he wants to beat Kenshin. And while it's happening, he has this massive smile. I'm sorry, this man is a menace. And I swear, I don't know what is wrong with him, but his humor just gets darker darker and darker. But the nice part is that you can also see him get more excited and just generally happier. I mean, even his sister says that it's been a very long time since she's seen him be this happy. Like, there's a scene where Kenshin wins his first pro fight and then gives this interview on TV, right? Aoba's watching the interview, and each time someone says something even slightly negative about Kenshin, it makes him so happy. This is hilarious.
Oh my god, this boy is a D1 hater. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're a D1 hater. Okay, I get it, but damn, bro, you're a D1 hater. Oh my god. Like, are you serious? Like, that's what we're doing? Damn. Like, okay. Rose is a hater. Like, all around hate. He has, bro, just don't care. Like, it's wild. Like, damn.
Ryuga Samurai said, lol, I have to read this now, rolling on
Right?
a laughing emoji.
Right? Now it got me kind of interested when I read this book. Dude's just an ass. Like, dude, are you serious? Like, I understand you don't like someone, but Jesus Christ.
I only noticed this change much later in the manga, and I think that's because the way Aoba evolves is actually really natural. Red Blue doesn't try to turn him into a typical good guy like Naruto or Luffy, for example. Instead, he evolves while still being the same person he was in the beginning, and that's what makes him such an amazing protagonist.
So basically Bakugo to a degree. He stays the same, but he kind of different. Unlike, I think that's what it is. Yeah, he's still the same person, but he kind of diff. Kind of diff, though.
Not trying to be likable, he's not trying to be a hero, he's just being himself. And somehow, that makes him more compelling than a lot of traditional main characters. Every single thing about Aoba makes him feel like he's a background character, which is awesome. It's unique.
That makes me realize that if that makes... Okay, I get it, but like, if that's something that you relate to a high standard, that proves how much haters we truly are as people. We are a true hater. We are hate, like, let's be honest, we are a background character to someone else's life, whether we like them or not. So, like, when we don't like them as a side character in their life, we kind of, I wouldn't say we wish bad things, but we kind of, like, you kind of deserved it. Like, you know, like, kind of smile at it. Like, oh, that happened to him or her? Oh, yes, thank you. There is a God somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, because the D1 hatred is just, it's strong in this one. I actually like this. I want to read this book now.
And something I've personally never really seen before. But it also works really well because we get to see the journey of someone who started from the bottom. Someone who didn't have any friends who actually starts making friends. So I completely agree with what people are saying. He's an incredible main character. But here's the problem. If the main character is the only good character, that's very boring. What you need for a great manga is for all the characters to be good. And luckily, the next big thing a lot of people love about Red Blue is the secondary characters, because apparently they're just as insane as Aoba, which, I'm not gonna lie, is a little bit concerning, so I definitely had to find out if it was true. Apart from Aoba and Kenshin, the other big character we get is Iwase. In the beginning, he's honestly not the most interesting character. You know, he complains a lot, he's angry, he hurts Aoba in school, he's like the typical bully character. But then, he brings Aoba to Shark Gym, and Tokiwa is like, this dude is kind of a decent fighter for someone who doesn't fight. And that's because he learned so much by being beaten up by Iwase, right? But then, something really cool happens. Iwase feels guilty for what he did to Aoba. And in this scene, he has the guts to admit it to his coach, even though he's obviously terrified. And after that, he doesn't just move on. My man actively tries to help Aoba improve. He trains with him, he hangs out with him, and he cheers him on during every fight. And most importantly, he becomes Aoba's real friend. In any other manga, this guy would probably be just a random villain. But in Red Blue, he has a character arc that I really enjoy. And that's only in like the 10 first chapters. Iwase actually becomes one of the most important characters in Red Blue, and I love that. To be honest, I was also kind of worried that only bigger characters like Iwase would get that kind of development, but I was very wrong. For example, Shark Gym's coach Tokiwa scares away almost all his students because he makes them do these absolutely brutal workouts just to see if they'll quit. He gets super angry, he taunts people all the freaking time, he's just kind of the worst. But then, he's also the only one who saw Aoba's potential when he joined the gym. And the more you read, the more you realize he's actually really cool. And this dude shows up, and he's your typical, you know, annoying character. He starts as someone who basically bought his friends with money. But then he has this really amazing development where he realizes what kind of person he actually wants to become. And my personal favorite is this guy called Amachi. He's a salaryman who really hates his job. He even decides how many times he wants to win based on how many times he was annoyed at work. And when it comes to grappling, he's basically invincible. In the beginning, he just kind of seems like a grumpy guy. But then the author actually shows us his daily routine. Wake up, go to work, get yelled at by his boss, go to training, absolutely destroy everyone in grappling practice, go home.
No. What the hell? No. I'm not gonna do that.
Repeat. And we also learn more about his life and why he had to stop fighting. And you genuinely feel bad.
And definitely not for free.
For the dude. The awesome part is that he ends up helping Aoba with his training, which makes him so much stronger. I cannot tell you the number of times I read a manga or watched an anime where the main character had a lot of development, but I was just begging to see the secondary characters more. And I'm looking at you, Naruto. In Red Blue, every character has a journey and every character has their own problems. But most importantly, they're actually interesting. It's kind of the idea that there's no such thing as good guys or bad guys, which makes them feel real instead of being some random character that you would see for one chapter or something. I mean, I think that most fighting manga would 100% make these guys villains, but not in Red Blue. So yeah, I completely agree with what people are saying because the characters are all awesome. Problem is that if you're going to make a fighting manga, the characters are really important, sure, but the fighting, it just needs to be amazing. And apparently, the one thing that people love the most about Red Blue is the fighting. So obviously, I had to find out if that was true because that's, you know, like my favorite part.
Okay, so there's this chapter where Aoba gets to the gym, and check this out. There are several pages that explain what MMA is. So the manga shows you a bunch of fighting sports like boxing, wrestling, judo, and then it explains that MMA is basically a combination of all these sports. And listen, I know a lot of people already know this, especially if they're into fighting manga, but personally, I didn't. And just a few pages later, there's this moment where Tokiwa teaches Aoba something called a straight punch, right? He shows him exactly how to position his feet, he shows him how far the arm should go. I mean, he kind of explains everything. And then he actually demonstrates it so that we know what it looks like when it's done really well. But you also get these panels on the next page that show you what happens when you do it completely wrong.
The author doesn't just show you the move, he shows you the science behind the move. And you don't only get these explanations in the beginning. Approximately 20 chapters later, there's this tiny panel where Aoba hurt his wrist. And Iwase tells him that the next time he falls, he should point his wrist towards his opponent rather than away from his opponent. It almost feels like the author doesn't expect you to know anything about fighting, so he actually takes the time to explain everything. Even something super basic like what is MMA gets a couple of panels. And I really appreciate that because
hey, what's going on, Mila?
I personally think fighting looks awesome, but I just don't understand anything about it. Trust me, when you kind of get what's going on, the fights become so much more satisfying. Like, I genuinely caught myself going like, oh, that's why he did that. And here's another thing. You know how sometimes you'll read a manga or watch an anime and someone yells out their technique and it's just like, why did you randomly reveal this to everyone? In Red Blue, all these explanations make perfect sense because Aoba doesn't know anything about fighting either. So obviously he needs to learn. So understanding the fights is one thing, but the fights actually need to be good. Otherwise, it's kind of like understanding the rules of a game, but the game kind of sucks. Here, you can see Aoba grabbing his opponent and throwing him to the ground, which is extremely satisfying. Here, Aoba just isn't strong enough, so he uses his knowledge as a weapon to get into certain positions while his opponent relies mostly on his strength. And here, Amachi uses his grappling in a bunch of different ways. Trust me, I could go on for so long, but what you need to know is that the fights are awesome. Choreography is always great, and most importantly, it's easy to understand. Even though I don't know anything about fighting, I can still follow what's going on and I completely understand what move the characters are trying to do. It's kind of hard to describe, but the fights have so much flow that they're really easy to binge. And I did. I binged every single one of them. The other really fun part is seeing Aoba become a better fighter. He starts by dodging because that's all he could do. Then he learns some basic striking, but he realizes that's not really what he's very good at. So then he switches to grappling because it's Kenshin's weakness, and you see him become better and better with every chapter. Every improvement feels real because we see exactly how much work goes into it. The author isn't just throwing fights at us, they're using each match to develop the characters and move the story forward in ways that actually make sense. Aoba doesn't progress too fast like in so many other manga, and his evolution feels extremely rewarding. And the best part is that different characters have different strengths when it comes to fighting, so you always want to meet more of them. So again, I agree with what people are saying. The fights yeah, they're just incredible. But now, there's one final thing that everyone loves about Red Blue. It's the art. And that's one of my favorite parts of manga in general, so this better be true.
Okay, I just want to look at the first punch again. Can you see how this dude's skin is moving during the impact? I mean, it's looking insane. But honestly, it's not just the impact. Look at the way the lines are moving on the page. That's a tiny detail, but it really makes you feel that punch.
And a few chapters later,
there's a scene where Iwase is fighting this random dude and he kicks him. And dude, every time I see this panel, I can feel this kick in my soul. And then there's this moment where Aoba gets his first choke during an actual fight. And I think it's one of the best panels in the entire manga so far. Like, without the context of the story before that, it already kind of looks amazing. But if you add the context and the 30 chapters and all the build up, it's so much better.
After reading this manga, I checked out some grappling on YouTube, you know, out of curiosity. And to be honest, I didn't think it was the most entertaining thing ever. But what I love about Red Blue is that the art just looks so good that it makes the grappling parts kind of fun. Here's my thing. When I started Red Blue, I thought that the fights weren't going to look good forever because it's not like One Piece or Naruto where, you know, there's a million different techniques. I mean, there's only a certain number of different ways you can draw a punch, right? But then I continued and I noticed that the author did something really smart to avoid this problem.
I'm going to show you 3 moves and try to find what they have in common. This is the first move I showed you. This is another move 25 chapters later. And this is another move approximately 30 chapters later. So those 3 moves are punches, right? But now, if you look at them next to one another, they look completely different, right? Like the first one has these speed lines, the second one has the reflection of the punch, and in the third one, you can really see all the weight behind it because it's drawn with these really thick curved lines.
Not only does the author manage to make every martial art look unique, but he can also show the same move in many different ways. You don't just see the cool attacks, you understand if they're fast, if they're strong, if they're weak, everything. Listen, if you're gonna make a fighting manga, the fighting scenes have to look good. And trust me, the fight scenes look good. Plus, we're also getting beautiful panels like these all the time. I think the art in Red Blue is generally really pretty, but the moment I saw Kenshin hit Iwase in chapter 1, I just knew that the fighting art was going to be an absolute banger. And it absolutely is. To be honest, when I first heard about Red Blue, I thought it was maybe going to be this kind of manga that tries too hard to be different. Like a story about a side character could go wrong in so many ways. But somehow, Red Blue avoids these problems and turns them into strengths. I completely agree with the hype, and I give Red Blue my stamp of approval. I think it's a banger. But on top of that, it's changing what's possible in fighting manga, and just manga in general. Red Blue doesn't have the coolest, most charismatic, or most awesome-tacular main character ever, but it still goes hard. But the thing is, I just read another manga, and trust me, it's the complete opposite of Red Blue because people hate it so freaking much.
Alright, that's the whole situation with Pave. Thank you, Pave, for that. So give him a like, follow, share, follow, and comment on that great stuff. To Pave Lover again, I don't mean to do the same character, same creator twice, but because there's such limited numbers of this type of niche, and there's not like a lot of them being recommended like that, I have to like comb through, and I don't want to do it on stream. I may have to do it off stream from now on. I hope you guys enjoy this, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Later, and give him a follow. I'll put his stuff in the description. Alright, let's find the final one for the reactions. Let me see. Only Good Bully Revenge Manga. 50 minutes. The manga, its readers. Okay. It's only 10 minutes. Well, it's 11 minutes, but 10.
You know, what am I guilty?
And this is from Kui? I think I'm saying that right? Kui? Let me see if I don't want to say your name wrong.
Kui.
What? Say again?
Kui.
Kui. I think that's their name. They have 829 followers or subscribers, you can say. And their video says, the manga that manipulated its readers. This is 10 minutes long. This is a guilty pleasure type thing. So let's hope there's nothing too insane. Hopefully, I'm pretty sure it will. Hopefully TikTok don't come after me because we're doing reaction both on TikTok and YouTube. Risky, but we'll see. So let's see what Kui is going to do or say about this manga. Probably heard it before, maybe not. I'm hoping we haven't. So this is actually worth a video. So let's hope.
You know, one of my guilty pleasures in life is enjoying edits. Well, not edits specifically because, you know, some of them are extremely hot. But the type of edits that I'm a little bit ashamed to like are the edgy ones where they show characters that you would see in the subreddit r/I'm14 and this is deep. You know? And while the characters in the edits are actually well written, I can't say the same for the actual edits. Because they're all pretty much the same with shit like genius versus manipulators. Whoa! The smartest characters in anime. And we put their IQ at the bottom text, which is completely accurate and definitely not made up. Top 15 smartest characters. And it's always just Ayano Koji and number 1. And my point of bringing this up is although it annoys me that I like these edits, I can't deny that they've introduced me to some pretty good characters. These edits are some of the reasons why I started reading more manga. It's introduced me to characters that I now really like. And come on, don't lie to me and say that you don't think it's cool. Because even if it was created for emo teenagers while I am a 22-year-old failing adult, I still like seeing stories when these characters take control of the plot by manipulating other characters into doing whatever they want to by sheer words and brain power. I just think that is kinda cool. But you know what's not really cool? Is when those stories that you read end up manipulating you. The story starts out with our main character Hikari, who is reading a manga behind her childhood friend of 10 years, Takun. After being friends for so long, they are pretty much used to everything about each other and only see each
Takun. I had to say it, I'm sorry.
other as friends. Except that's only what it seems. As it turns out, Hikari is actually madly in love with that very same Takun. But you see, Hikari needs to protect... Yo, what the fuck is with this gay-ass music, ho? Back it up, back it up. Come on, let's redo it. This isn't how we do things here. Oh, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. Alright people, let's do this shit one more time.
Bro's gonna get me in trouble on TikTok, I swear to God. If I get in trouble, I'm gonna fucking...
Kiwi style, baby. So I already know this manga is about two idiots, I mean childhood friends with poor communication skills. And our main character, who we are going to call the Huz, is in love with her boy, who we will call Albert. Now, I shouldn't be surprised that Alberto here is a dense piece of shit. I mean, come on, do you not know the genre that we're in right now? But also, you can't really blame the dude when the Huz herself is hopelessly acoustic. Despite trying to rizz up Alberta, she's still trying to be a friend to him. When she is about to confess, she just stood there staring at him.
Wait, why did you change the names? Just because you couldn't say... Okay. Oh wait, fuck it.
For 30 minutes. When she tries to do a rom-com cliche, that rom-com cliche ended up failing her. When she caught sight of him trying to beat his meat, she screamed and alerted him entirely like, girl, just shut up and watch him. But it's almost like everything is going against her, because if you've read rom-com mangas before, you know that these types of dense ex-dense couples are actually kind of common. But at the very least, they have side characters that pretty much beat some senses into them and actually progress their relationship. But no, her friends here actually
Kofi
make the
Streambot said
development
visit
slower.
Artextric's
For example,
Kofi
our
page
husband
at
landed a date with Alberito,
What Rick's
and her
official
being
said be a
extremely
support hero today by using commands like support.
Okay.
that she is, decided to pack some bentos for them to enjoy together. And what do these girls say? Isn't that a little too much? What? The fuck are you talking about? Is this like a girl thing or something? Because everyone jumped in and agreed that she's doing an overkill. But boys, please tell me what you think. Because I'd honestly love it if my date were to give me a bento that she made. Because it shows the effort and the fact that she actually likes me. There's a massive L from her friends. I'm gonna call you Huz 2, Huz 3, and Huz 4. Which, by the way, tried to kiss our main character, which actually makes a lot of more sense now. Now I kind of see what she was trying to sabotage the date. But with all of this recap, all of this description that I'm telling you, and how it sounds like a full disaster with no redeeming qualities, the romance in this manga is actually really good. I felt like it gives a better sense of realism that you don't see too often in rom-com mangas, and it gives a darker but somehow cuter perspective of what it is like to fall in love with a longtime friend. Take this from a guy whose parents were best friends for 5 years before they got married. I can see and have already seen how these types of friendships can blossom into a whole new world. It's raining. Our Huz is stuck with no umbrellas and she's in a pissy mood because of what Alabama said in the previous chapter, only to be saved by Al Pacino himself. And instead of thanking him, she bites back with venom in her mouth, to which Albert just takes on and replies with aloofness. She bites back again. Fuck the rain! He loosens her grit. I remember when you liked the rain. Yeah, maybe when I was in elementary school. Elementary school? Oh yeah, that was back when you were a tomboy, huh? The fuck you say, you little shit? Since when was I a tomboy? Probably when you were better than me in everything.
Well, you're saying that like I'm not better than you in everything now.
Well, at least I could beat you in a short distance run.
Shut the fucking door. That's cap and you know it. You think I'm some kind of muscular gorilla or what?
Not a gorilla, but more like an antelope or a kangaroo.
What's with the Asians and comparing women to gorillas? What's with that? Is that a thing? That was something that was always kind of like mentioned a lot in Fire Force. Like why? And then I think it was another anime I can't think of, but there was always a mention of like comparing women to gorillas. Why is that a thing?
What are you even saying anymore, baka?
And as the chapter goes, you see her expression slowly yet so naturally change from being a pain in the ass to wanting some dick in her ass. No, for real though, it really shows what it's like to fall in love with a friend. Even when you try to be a hater, you know so much about each other that it's second nature to lift each other's moods that easily.
Oh no, I'm American.
Your affection too. These moments are what makes reading the
I don't know, I'm American. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
This manga is so worthwhile. Although it may seem like this couple is hopeless, there's such a feeling of comfort to them that you can easily fall in love to. Same goes to the friends. Although their advices are trash, they are genuinely trying their best for Huz 1. Huz 4 even brought them to her penthouse that his dad left her because he got found out cheating on her mom with multiple women. Jesus, that's fucking sad. But these are cute, genuine friends that she couldn't have asked for more of. Continuing the manga with its fluff, the childhood friends slowly break down their friend zone barrier and start to blush over the little things about each other. Things are going great. The romance is progressing. The romance is progressing fast. But almost too fast.
Too fast.
I guess that just means it's a short manga and that it's ending soon. Oh dear me. Look, they're even making the school festival arc. They really are ending it soon. But when she invited him out, he was hesitant. But why? Things were going good. What's with this sudden change of mood from him? Oh, okay. She started sulking and he ended up going anyway. Lamau, that was cute. And oh my god, look at her maid outfit. It's even cuter. Even he agrees. You guys are such lovebirds. And with the vibe and the mood doing good, our girl resolves herself that she is going to confess today no matter what. Huz 2 agrees, Huz 3 is trying to test Alcantara, and Huz 4 is not even here. But while she was looking away for just a little bit, our boy's already gone, with a note to our main character to tell him when her shift is done. Fast forward to the next chapter when she is done. Originally, she was supposed to clean up her classroom, but Huz 4 came back out of nowhere and said that she'll handle the cleanup and told our girl to go look for her man. But as she couldn't find him, she decided to go back to her classroom in the hopes that Alberta is waiting for her there. So she runs back. While on the way, she steels herself up to prepare her confession. She makes it to the door. But before she opens it, she notices the love of her life with Huz 4?
Chotto mate. Why are they together?
Bro, why do you have to do the voices? It's just weird.
What?
Damn.
The actual fuck? What the fuck? No, really, stop. What the fuck am I reading? This is terrifying! And I've read plenty of horrors and unexpected tragedies, but I don't think I've ever read a manga that's given me a feeling like this. Do you guys understand what just happened? This author just tricked his readers to fall in love, get closer and bond with these perfectly imperfect characters with flaws, and enjoy a fluffy, adorable rom-com with arcs full of development that lasted 22 chapters!
The samurai said
just
that's
to
rough,
completely
buddy.
fart on your face. We went from wholesome to psychological thriller.
Yeah, that's rough, buddy. Very rough.
From a full-on cupcake pookie wookie vanilla into NTR. Now let me just tell you straight up that I'm a master gooner, and no, I'm not talking about the fan base of Arsenal. I've read my fair share of NTRs. Heck, I even like NTR. Yeah, as much as I get death threats over saying that, I'll say it again.
Wait, bro, you're gonna get me in trouble.
like NTR. But the NTRs that I like are when the majority of it is stupid. I like NTR because it's super unrealistic and can only happen in fictional situations. They don't happen over a long period of time. Most NTR dojins that I read are just like, hey, you like husband? Yeah, I like husband. Well, I have big pee-pee, so you not like husband now, you like me. No, we can't do this. But we went through arcs.
Is the episode okay? We got 2 minutes left. Can we last within the 2 minutes of TikTok losing his shit?
Character development, plot progression, and we get hit with doo-doo. But what if I were to tell you that this actually kind of made the manga more interesting? Well, hold on now. Let me cook. I am not saying this because I like NTR, okay? No. In these kinds of instances, I actually
Ryu the
despise
Samurai
it.
said
Stories
so
that go for a
NTR
long
is
time
basically
developing
cheating.
a couple just for that couple to get completely cucked is my worst enemy, trust me.
Yeah,
But what I'm trying to
it
say
is. No, I ain't gonna lie. He's not wrong.
this huge shift on atmosphere kind of benefited the story in a way. For example, the pre-plot twist chapter showed the story in Huz 1's point of view, while post-plot twist showed Huz 4's point of view. A girl born in a dysfunctional home, being singled out by her entire school, whether students or teachers, someone battling with mental issues until a boy walks into her life. Aladdin. In contrast to Huz 1, who's always had him in her life, now we see how he goes into somebody's life. And as much as I liked Huz 1's side of the story, it didn't really show me why she liked him. I mean, sure, we saw that chapter from before, but we don't necessarily get why she started liking him. But here is where we get to see his actual charms. What makes him so likable to the point where he is the love interest for both of these baddies. And to be quite honest with you, his story is more interesting in Huz 4's point of view. Alberon and Huz are childhood friends and they like each other. Okay. Got it, that's their whole story. But Huz 4, someone who is extremely edgy, manipulative, and low-key evil, managed to also fall in love with that very same exact boy.
Ryu the Samurai said I thought you were calling him Alberto lol.
The love life of
Honey
someone
bunny,
so innocent
rabbit
and
emoji.
I don't even know anymore.
Asks, hey,
They both
how's
fell
it
in
going?
love.
I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. Hey, Punny, what's going on?
With their exact opposite. Now personally, that's a story I'm willing to look at. Where you would usually see pure light, you see the beauty in the darkness. Where you would see flowers blossoming, you get to see roses slowly losing its thorns. Where you would see cute fluffs, you now get to see bittersweet romance, and how the company of a loved one can get you through anything. I'm not saying that this manga is amazing. Honestly, I'm surprised that this girl has any fans at all. But all I'm saying is, I respect this author's decision and
Ryu the
willingness to
Samurai
cook
said
something
hi, Punny.
unordinary. And although I can't speak for everyone, for me, this plot twist is something that I quite liked. And you know what? If it managed to make me feel this much, I don't think I really mind getting manipulated again. What? Wait, so now you
Wait, what? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Okay, so that was
Honey
Quee.
bunny, rabbit emoji, asks how's your baby?
Mine is pretty good like this. I never knew that, thought it was traditional all the way, right? Right? Oh, Jesus. Quay. This is from Quay. Good job, Quay. Almost got me in trouble with TikTok, but good enough. So give Quay, I'm saying it
Ryu
wrong.
the Samurai said crazy work.
A follow. Hold on. Give Quay a follow. Oh, there we go. Give Quay a follow, like, follow, subscribe, and all that great stuff on YouTube. And I'll put their channel into the descriptions and all that great stuff. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Hello. All right. So all that is done. You know, I should just add one more. Just for the hell of it, I'm gonna bring sufferance into this. I don't know if we did this video. This was 2 months ago. I may make this into a video just because I know for a fact that they're going to mention a bunch of videos of manga we already heard about. So this might be a video from Sufferance, but I'm not totally sure. So I'm going to add this just to give the runtime, because we need to do at least 2 videos. I'm going to at least do 2 videos, or 3. No, 2 videos. 2 videos of something about art, because we need that art stuff. Or something. So this is Sufferance for those. Oh wait, no, hold on. I know you guys can't see it. I forgot. You guys cannot see it normally. I gotta keep doing this every time. Yeah, I'm on that. I'm on that today. I'm not gonna get messed up today. No, not happening. Okay. Is it this one?
We're a little bit older.
There we go. Alright, that's being seen. Hopefully, yeah. Not from TikTok, it's not. I hate doing this manually every time. It's freaking annoying. Alright, that's over there. Let me check on YouTube real quick. Just make sure. Okay, that's on YouTube. Okay, there. Alright, so this is Sufferance. For those who know, I'm pretty sure you don't really need an introduction. He has 170k subscribers. You want to check him out, go ahead. Link in the description, all that great stuff if this becomes a video. So it says all 35 best new manga ranked and explained. This is 21 minutes. I know I said not anything past 20, nothing higher than 20 minutes, but I'll make an exception because I didn't get to do any artwork. I've been too busy trying to post on Instagram, and I'm finally near done. So I can go back and do some artwork and do the study on skin again for the millionth time. Okay, let's get to it.
By a couple of years. Today I'm going to rank and explain 35 new manga. Some you've heard about, some are brand new, and others are a little bit older by a couple of years. I have 4 tier lists: must read, good read, alright, and / give it time. This is my personal experience with these stories, and I will place them accordingly. Girl Meets Rock is a fun story. Simple slice of life about a teenage girl starting to play music and really falling in love with it. A lot of comedy, a lot of goofy moments, but very sincere. I think it has great potential, and a lot of people will really enjoy it. Kindergarten Wars is the answer, the sister story to Sakamoto Days. A lot more comedy, but still having that crazy, high-octane action. It's about kindergarten teachers that are ex-hitmen, assassins, etc., protecting the wealthy's children. It's a very fun time, and I had a blast reading it. It's quirky, it's got a lot of action moments in it, and it's currently entering its final arc, and hopefully getting an anime soon. Goku Rakugai is a monthly manga that is very good. Beautiful artwork, very interesting story, and has a ton of potential. I like what it's doing. Follows 2 characters, an older woman and a younger guy, that operate as fixers. They help people. The world is filled with a ton of chaos, monsters within it, alongside these human/beast hybrids. Gachi Akuta is one of the best weekly reads that you can have currently. Probably one of the prettiest mangas out. Got a super interesting story, a ton of mystery, really lovable characters, and I adore it to its core. It feels very refreshing reading this story, and I think all of you will really love it. It's about this young boy that gets sentenced to death and thrown off this cliffside city down into the wasteland below, only to find that there's civilization down here. Within the death and the trash, there's these hideous trash monsters, cool abilities, and a really thriving identity and aesthetic that feels everything. Danadan is a little bit older on this list, but such a creative and fun, refreshing story. Every single week is something new, something beautiful, something goofy. You never know what you're going to get, and it pays off exponentially. This author has been thriving for years, one of the most talented within the industry artistically, so please do give Danadan a chance if you haven't already. It is more than worth your time. It also has an incredible anime adaptation. It's about aliens and spirits and curses, and both worlds colliding together with these humans with superpowers that are trying to fight these aliens but also fight these curses and spirits. It's a messed up, confusing, all over the place experience, but beautifully told. Pinch of romance, a ton of comedy, and a great time all round. Kangurabanchi is pristine. I love this manga. Every single week is so fascinating to dig into. Ton of aura, ton of beautiful writing, memorable characters, super strong action. It is the complete package. It's about these enchanted swords that are like nuclear weapons, and and this young guy's kind of goal to hunt them all down and to put them back to where they belong. Ichi the Witch is a lovely experience. I adore reading this.
Finally, I can finally pay attention to not only to the stream, the reactions, so I can go back to my artwork. I'm done posting. I don't think I'll post till tomorrow. I don't think you guys gotta get that. I don't think you guys gotta get majority of those videos up to 100 likes. I'll be surprised if you guys do.
Every week, and I'm so excited to see this year and how much it thrives within it. It's a magical story, but the main character does not have magic. The whole world is filled with magic, but men do not have it, until one day a young hunter obtains said magic and becomes the first male witch in history. MAD or MAD is phenomenal. Early Attack on Titan vibes, crazy, chaotic, a pinch of Kaizen, a pinch of Chainsaw Man. It is a wonderful, unexpected experience. If you haven't read this story, if you know nothing about it, please go check it out, go give it a chance. You won't regret it. One of the best stories that I read last year, and I am so excited to see it continue to thrive. It's about a world that's been dominated by aliens, but humans are starting to evolve. They are trying to mimic these alien evolutions by transforming humans into said aliens as weaponry. Think of them like Titan shifters. But it's not easy, it's not simple, and the main character is on a mission to potentially obliterate everything. Galaxius isn't all too bad. I've had a fun time with it admittedly, but I think it needs to give me just a little bit more, something more to chew on, and potentially that will come with more chapters and time. So far, I think it's a serviceable story and a lot of people can get enjoyment out of it. I do think it has a great chance of having a bright future. It is a fantasy world where these human dragon hybrids exist and they kind of dominate everything, both politically and power. And these two people, a young girl and this human dragon hybrid, are traveling through it, trying to find their way and uncover mysteries. It's a very big adventure. The Trojan X is unbelievably perfect. By the hands of Sue Ishida, the creator of Tokyo Ghoul, this is his next installment, and it is some of his best work. With writing, with art, with ideas, with characters, everything. A must-read experience that you need to check out. Complete freedom to create. It's a very lore-driven, power-fueled world where these beings known as Trojan exist. A power that is either passed down or born through an experiment that reflects the user's personality to some degree. It's dark and gritty and centers around a prophecy where one will either destroy and annihilate the world or potentially save it. Ashura's verdict is very new and it has a lot of time to grow. It's edgy, it's gross, it's a lot to deal with, but not too bad. Similar to those very heavy on-the-nose revenge stories, it will eventually find its audience, and in regards to potential, could have some very interesting conflict. It's about a young kid that has this super obnoxious purpose to do good within the world and take out all of the evil within it. He gets his hand on a key that, when inserted into a bad person, will send them into hell. A gate opens up and a devilish creature comes out and takes them. So it's up to him to go around and...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know about that one, bro. That's just overpoweredly kill. What the hell?
Pass judgment on all the bad people that he can find. Yatara didn't really click with me. Admittedly, it's still early within its story, but something about it just felt off. Maybe I wasn't really enjoying the premise because it wasn't all too strong. Maybe the over-the-top treatment for the characters or the situation that they were in. I'm not entirely sure, but it was a little bit I'm not really the biggest fan of it, but potentially if you give it more time, it could evolve into something a little bit more fruitful. But personally, I find the main premise of the story very, very weak. Centuria is absolutely amazing. I think it's a must read. One of the more interesting stories to come out in recent years. Very beautifully drawn, a lot of great ideas and characterization. It's filled to the brim with beautiful potential. It's about a young boy that gets sold to slavery that ends up making a contract with an outer god that represents the sea. So he now has all of these godly-like abilities. He's incredibly strong, he can't really die, he can breathe underwater, and there's other people out there that are similar to him, not only contracted to the same god, but potentially different gods within this world, and they want to kill him. Blooming Love wasn't too bad. It's a pretty standard romance story, but I think what it was doing,
Never
it was
heard
doing
this
pretty
one.
well. Cute characters and their relationship with how it grows over time. It's a very standard romance story. It's about this couple that kind of go through their day-to-day life trying to figure out themselves, really. What they're good at, how they interact with each other, how they come together, and how they build, learn, and love over time. Ruri Dragon has all of my attention and all of my love. I think this is one of the best written stories in recent years.
Okay, I've seen people bring up this manga a lot. This Ruri Dragon thing. Is it that good? It just looks like it feels like it's like a slice of life, kind of like what's the anime called? Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. It kind of gives you that vibe.
Comes to dialogue, there's something about it that's so energetic and lively and characteristic. There's an aesthetic and a style to it that is so interesting. It's so compelling to read. Every character talks differently and has a charm and quirk relating to them. It just feels beautifully conceptualized, beautifully understood, and is really just a beautiful reading experience. I highly recommend it. It's a coming of age story about a young girl going through a dragonification process. She's a human and dragon hybrid, so she's...
Okay. It's not like a battle anime or shonen or anything disguised as such. Does it do that thing like in Kobayashi's Dragon Maid where it's like, it's slice of life, but it's mainly has some crazy like fight scenes or something? Is it like that?
She starts to sprout horns and breathe fire, etc. And she has to learn how to deal with that while also dealing with school and the way people treat her for having these dragon-like abilities. Simple, sweet, very beautifully understood. It's a great time. Ultimate Exorcist Kyoshi. Don't kill me for this. I think it's alright. I'm actually caught up to this story and I'm still not hooked on it yet. I'm not convinced. While I do think it has a lot of potential, I think it does a lot of things well, it just doesn't really scream to me. Maybe it's not my cup of tea, maybe I'm reading a lot of other stories that steal its spotlight, I'm not too sure. There's something about it that just doesn't really want me to come back to it, but I do recognize that it can be a fun time and I think a lot of people will enjoy it. It's about an exorcist that is originally scared of doing his job, but he looks scary, so all of these curses, demons, devils, whatever, fear him, and he quickly gets over that attitude. He starts to become very proficient with what he does, he starts to exorcise all of these people, and he starts to create a group of friends that can help him accomplish what he wants to do. Himiten is another romance story that I didn't think I would like, but I think because of its simplicity and the quirk that it plays upon, it survives really well. It's a fun read, a good one, and I think if you're looking for a romance that's a little bit more upbeat, a little bit more playful, simple in design, but has that quirk or charm to it in regards to its characters, Himiten is a very good place to start. It's about this high school boy that is a proficient cleaner and he takes this job for another student that is also an incredibly popular business runner. Conflict is that she goes to school with him, but she's also very popular online in regards to her brand, and he is cleaning her house and all of the quirky stuff that comes with it. So they have to keep it secret, hide it from people within school, etc. Shinobi Undercover, unfortunately, is not for me. I just could not get into this story for the life of me. I tried a couple of times, not really a strong enough hook, I guess. I think maybe over time it could grow given the chance, but honestly I just don't think it's for me. It's about a very proficient ninja, shinobi, whatever, that has to protect someone who is within a school, so they apply to that school, and then a bunch of other ninjas and people are also students at that school. It's like a cat and mouse game trying to protect the asset. Sidcraft, Love is Mystery, also not really for me. I enjoyed this author's previous work, so I thought I would enjoy this. Unfortunately, not at the moment. Personally, I feel it's trying to do too much, a little bloated, a little over the top and exaggerated, played out, and at the moment I just cannot get into it. But maybe over time and the track record that I know this author has, they could smooth out the process and hopefully make something a little bit more interesting. It's about a detective that's similar to Sherlock Holmes, very good at what they do, but absolutely hate that they do it. They don't want to be a detective, they just find themselves with within that circumstance constantly, and now they have a reputation. Akane Banashi is a must-read, I think. It's incredibly well put together. It has a super unique plot I don't think has been done in manga before, and the way it's shown, the way it's drawn, very, very strong character work and dialogue. It's a beautiful experience, and I think a lot of you should give it a chance. It might turn you off at first, but trust me, it is very, very good. It's about a style of stage play, and this young girl...
Oh yeah, this one about the stage play thing. I think it's supposed to be like a voice acting thing or some type of... they're actually acting or something?
Wants to master that type of stage play. She's very good at it. Basically, you go on stage, you are by yourself, you act out a certain poem or sequence, and you have to provide all of it yourself. It's an interesting concept that you don't see often, and you'll probably learn a lot too. Hero Organization isn't all too bad. I do enjoy it, I do have fun with it, but I need it to do a little bit more personally. I like the ideas that it has. I like how it's going about those ideas. It's just capitalizing on them at the moment feels iffy, but I'm excited to see the potential I know it has. It's about this boy that's going into the military with mechs and fighting these outer alien creatures that are invading Earth, but really he's trying to uncover a military plot, a murder plot, and all of this other political nonsense in between. It can be very full on and heavy. Stellar Friends is brand new, and I think it's a good
Stellar
time.
Friends?
I like the idea, I like the execution, I like the
Oh, Stellar Friends. Never heard that one. Okay.
grotesque grittiness of it. It's a very compelling start. In terms of its future, I'm not too sure what this story can provide or how far it can truly go, but it is setting itself up to be rather intuitive when it comes to length. It's about two young children that are very, very close to each other, and one of them dies, but the other makes a wish, and this little starfish creature grants that wish, but kind of in the worst way possible. So it's up to this child now, with this resurrected friend of theirs, thanks to the wish, to fight other wishes, because only one wish can be granted to said Earth. Oversleeping Takahashi is a fun story, and I think it does have a lot of potential, but I'm very iffy on it. I'm always back and forth. At one point I really enjoy what it's doing, nothing all too crazy, and then at other points I think it's cutting and jumping and really jarring to read, so I'm a little bit iffy on it. I think it's alright at the moment after its first kind of arc, but the way that arc was put together was just a little bit rough for me. It's a slice of life superhero story, but it has a lot of reminiscence to the likes of Kaizen, for example. This one kid has a lot of potential and abilities to obliterate all of his enemies, and now he's getting thrown into a world of deeper, darker, and grittier mysteries, so to speak. Wild Strawberry lost me. At first, I thought the story was rather interesting. I was kind of having fun with it, and then over time it just trickled away. I'm not really the biggest fan of it, and it just couldn't really get back into it, to be honest. It's about a world that's overthrown by plants, and the main character is a human-plant hybrid that joins a faction to help fight against this newfound threat. The Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity is arguably one of the best romance mangas in many, many years. This story gets to the point, doesn't beat around the bush. You want romance, you will get it in all of its glory, and it's definitely one of the better ones. The character work within here, the sensitivity of it, the emotional rebounds, everything just feels and is executed in a really beautiful, beautiful way. It's about this one guy who looks very much like a delinquent, and his school is for delinquents, but this young girl treats him differently, like a person, like a human, and he starts to open up and change, and alongside his friends and alongside her friends, they all change together, and the original perception of each other is gone entirely. The Bugle Call is fantastic. I love this manga. I love what it does. I love its characters. I love its powers. Everything about this story screams me. It has so much potential, and I think this year, maybe next year, it's going to have so much more going for it, and more people are going to find out about it, so please do give it a chance. It is 100% worth your time. It's a medieval story where certain people have superpowers, and these superpowered people fight within those wars. The main character has the ability to lead a massive army using a bugle. It's kind of like a trumpet, leading this army against other superpowered people. Astro Roy.
So technically he gives a major buff. That's his power getting buffed.
Aubrey Nancy said something.
What do you think of it that way? My power is getting buffs to other people, pretty much. That's crazy. That's how you glorify a power. What's up, Nancy?
Royale isn't all too bad. I don't know if it's
Aubrey
the plot,
Nancy
I
said
don't know if it's
W.
the characters, there's something about it that's just not clicking yet, but I do think it could click within the future. I have my eyes on it. It's not the worst thing I've read, but it's also not the best, and I think it's competing with a lot of stories currently. However, it does have potential, and I hope it does well. It's about a main character that steps up into the role of being a leader to this gang that runs within his family, and he wants to run it his way, more respectful, more morally driven compared to a lot of the other gangs or family members that he has. Sprinkle in some superpowers and you have a delinquent, superpowered action manga. News Exorcist isn't a bad story. It's alright. I just couldn't get into it. I don't think the story is a little bit weak for me. Maybe it's competing with a lot of other stuff as well. I just couldn't find myself coming back to it. But I do think it has a lot of potential, a lot of room to grow, a lot of room to spread its wings. And the more it continues, the more people are falling in love with it. So I hope it does do well. It's about exorcists and this kid that goes to school that makes contact with said spirit, and they fuse together to hunt down spirits that are causing problems. Rugby Rumble can be a fun time, but I believe, and please do correct me if I'm wrong, its translation is completely AI. It seems to be one of those stories you can kind of tell with how certain things are translated, and it just makes it feel not very good or alive, pretty flat and bland in the dialogue department. If that's not the case, I apologize to whoever's translating it. It just feels weird in that regard. Narratively, like the idea of the story itself, it's pretty interesting. It's a standard rugby story, but the main character is like Goliath, behemoth, meathead that has...
I find it funny that rugby is not as popular as it should be compared to like football, American football. I find it funny that it's not that like popular. Like I believe it's much more dangerous compared to like football. Like we make the like here in America.
Nancy said that lighting is be pretty.
I guess so. I'm doing a study, but it's like it's funny like how we in America says like how dangerous it is like to play football because like head injuries and brain injuries, blah blah blah. And just injuries in general.
Nancy asks Artex, did you play Creek?
Creek or you mean cricket? Creek, I don't know, it's Creek. Or cricket. And it's funny because like it's like 6 foot men. Like you have I think the requirement you have to be like 6'7" or something. Like you have to be some specific like height. And it has to be I think at least minimum 6 foot or more. And it's like these giant men who just run into each other. They're not wearing pads like that. Like they're not wearing any safety gear. They just run at each other full force with it's crazy. So I'm surprised that it's not as popular as it should be or it is. Like it actually I think majority of most rugby players make football players look small by comparison. It's kind of weird.
Never seen civilization ever. Just some massive kid from the mountains that starts to play rugby. Smother Me is a very, very good story. Recently recommended by the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure author. Unfortunately, it has ended. Seemingly quite naturally though. The story could have gone on for a very long time, but maybe the author just had this vision of a short story. Beautifully told, it's beautifully drawn, and it's a lot of great ideas and beautiful characterization work, so I think it's very much worth your time. It's about a kid in this very lawless city with hitmen and assassins and killers, gangsters, etc. And this kid is one of those hitmen and assassins. He goes around killing other hitmen and assassins and realistically wanted to create a world or at least a city to resemble a good, peaceful place where people wouldn't have to kill each other. That is the goal and that is the dream. Nightlight Hounds, also a very good read. It's by the author of Levius. Super fun, super interesting. You're mixing vampires and werewolves, the artistic prowess of this author. It is a great experience and I think it has a lot of potential to be really, really big in the future. It's about vampires that have morphed into more gang affiliation and these werewolf bounty hunters trying to police those vampire gangs. This main guy is a normal human, a part of one of those vampire gangs as a double agent, a rat. So he has to navigate the vampires, the werewolves, and uncover all of these secrets without getting killed. Megakoro Scramble is an alright read. Nothing all too crazy yet, nothing all too special, but a fun little time. It's a cutesy romance story, but with the added benefit of like special abilities. The main character can read people's minds, and even though he looks like a delinquent and everybody avoids him, this one girl has a crush on him. Her ability, however, is that she is incredibly unlucky and gets into very horrible circumstances and situations. So he feels
how horrible we're talking
that he must protect her. Mix that with a bunch of other people with special abilities within school and you have very chaotic, weird time. Blue Box is a good read, but a very, very slow romance. Sometimes that's the issue with weekly romance manga, but I still think it's very much worth your time. It's one of the older stories on this list, but is doing really well for itself, and its anime is absolutely exceptional. Nothing all too special or crazy, just a simple romance between two characters, one striving to be a professional badminton player and the other striving to be a professional basketball player, while living coincidentally under the same roof. Last but not least, Chainsaw Man Part 2. I put this in here separately, only focusing on Part 2 because I think it is a phenomenal experience. While it definitely has its ups and downs, just like any story, I think some of the work that Fujimoto has done solely within Part 2 is beautiful. Asa Mitake and Yoru have been a highlight for me for many years now. I love their character, and I think Fujimoto is doing a lot of great work. I'm excited to see how this story comes to an end, and potentially what he decides to do with the Chainsaw Man universe. In my opinion, it is a must read, and if for whatever reason you don't know anything about Chainsaw Man Part 2, it continues where the first part ended, following a brand new character who has merged with one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, war, and eventually Denji comes back and they have a bit of a thing for each other. Do read it. It is a fantastic time. I probably could move around a couple of things, but for the most part, I am satisfied. If you've read any of these or have your own lists or rankings, whatever, please do let me know. I'd love to hear them.
Alright, so this was Sufferance. I don't know if I'm still going to make this into a video because it was really long. But I try not to make them too long anymore. I try to make them at least 10 minutes or less, max 15. But since I didn't get to do a lot of art today, I made an exception. So thank you, Sufferance, for that. I'll put his channel in this description if you guys enjoy his voice or his recommendations or his overall opinions.
Ryu the Samurai said good video.
Yes. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoy this and all that great stuff, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Yes. Alright, so we're going to move on to some art stuff. So we're going to move on to something that's art related. So let me check real quick. Something that is art related. Stick Xbox react to one big change. Big news update. Okay. Actually, do I have no? Let me check something real quick. Let me check something real quick. Do I have any scheduled? Okay, but you just gotta do two videos. 2 videos for art. Okay. Just 2. Art. Art controversy. See how AI bros. Oh, that's 40 seconds. That's not gonna count. It has to be at least 5 minutes or more. Controversial, adoptable that expose an artist. Probably Chan artist. Insanity 36. Nope. Something art related. Nothing that is about controversy. 20 minutes, too long. Okay. This is 12 minutes. I actually wanted to see this anyway, so I guess this can...
The animation industry...
So this is called from Jackie... how can I say your name? Your last name. How do you say your last name?
Droigo.
Droigo. Oh my god, Jorico. Don't know if I'm saying that right. This is from Jackie Jorigo. She has 700,000 followers, almost 800,000. To be real specific, 788,000 followers. The video here says, "Are animation jobs dying?" Now, I guess this is not technically something about learning about art, but it is in the art industry in some form. Then just the anime recommendation stuff. So we'll see what this is about. It's only 12 minutes, so I don't think it'll be that crazy. So let's see, and hopefully it's something uplifting. If not, then it is what it is. So let's see.
Industry is in a rough spot right now.
Oh, wait. I know you guys can't see it. You guys cannot see it. I just realized over there on TikTok. 1 second. Do. Boop. Boop. Okay. Oh, move. Anxiety. Okay. And then we go over here. TikTok. Grab that. Okay. Picture. Wait, what? You don't see the picture? What? What the what? What? Okay, hold on. Something's not right. What? Okay, I know YouTube sees it. No, YouTube doesn't see it either. The hell? Okay. And then I go back here. Okay, YouTube sees it this time. Let's go. Now we go to... Oh, wait, is it being seen? No. Okay, we're gonna play that game. Oh wait, I don't want to do that. That's gonna go left, like badly left. Okay, so let's see. X this out. Nope. X this out. What is this? I'll save that for another day. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Japan. Oh, the Japan situation. No, that's a movie. That's all girls. Okay. Alright, on YouTube. Alright, so let's see. Why is it not seeing... Wait, is it because of this? YouTube, why TikTok, why are you having this issue now? The hell? What the helly? Oh wait, I think it fixed itself. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. There it is. Got it. Yeah, that was a weird one. All right. So yeah, this is Jackie Dorenko. I don't think I'm saying it right. But she says, "Are anime jobs dying?" Let's see. Maybe AI will take over by then, but we'll see.
The animation industry is in a rough spot right now. Studios are laying off artists left and right, projects are getting scrapped, and the future feels really uncertain. But how did we even get here? 3 of the 5 highest grossing films of 2024 were animated films. It seems like the bar for animation keeps rising. They're making cooler stories and cooler visuals than ever. And Flow, an independent film made in Blender, just won Best Animated Feature at the Academy Awards. This is a game changer for independent animators everywhere. It seems like we're in a golden age of animation. So why am I seeing so many looking for work posts on my Instagram? To understand how we got here, let's take a look at 2020, the pandemic. Streaming platforms were booming. Everyone was stuck at home and binging shows, and animation became huge. And animation thrived because it could be made remotely. Studios hired a ton of artists to keep up with demand, but as the market stabilized and things went back to normal, studios scaled back, leading to project cancellations and layoffs. US productions fell by 40% in the second quarter of 2024 compared to 2022. I was laid off from Netflix along with dozens of others when our film got cut or restructured. Turns out streaming doesn't bring in as much money as the theaters. How does a subscription translate to revenue per movie versus like a $15 movie ticket? Like, it makes sense. So as budgets got
That's why I
tighter,
hate subscription-based models. They're ass. Because with subscription-based models, they're a good sustainability, but there's going to be a problem where you're going to get like you're going to get a cap problem. So like, let's just say you get like, say 100,000 people to like subscribe to you manually, like subscribe to you, like give you money every month because you're doing art or gaming or whatever the hell, right? After a while, it's going to stop, right? It's going to eventually stop. Then you got to keep doing more stuff just for more people to want to put the effort of putting more money towards stuff. And that issue comes in really fast. And I think Netflix had this issue. That's not what girls' body look like, bro. Oh, we're not talking about girls' body right now. We're doing skin. If you took 2 seconds to read that, we're doing skin. And I'm using reference. So anyway, the point is like Netflix here had this problem where people, they have a lot of people, right? But now people are leaving because either the shows are not that good or whatever the case may be. And then when they start losing, they have to figure out a way to get them back. And it's kind of hard to get people back when they left. You have to give like a great selling point on why they should go back to a place that they left in the first place. Like 1 or 2 good shows is not going to bring back a lot of people. And that's where that problem came in. The only reason why Netflix did as well as it did is because it was super cheap at the very beginning. I think it was when it first came in fruition, it was like $3 a month or $5 a month. I think it was $3 at first, and then eventually went to $5, and then it was skyrocketed to like the $8, and then it went double digits, and then that's where everything went left as time went by. So once it started tripling up on the subscription, and then they did this thing where the haves and have-nots situation where back in the day just having the Nexus subscription was the premium package, right? But now getting just a Netflix subscription is not the premium package. Actually, there's 3 tiers now. So if you buy like the basic one, you get Netflix with commercials, right? And then I think the second one is Netflix without commercials, and I think the perk is having several people on your account or something like that. And then the third one is no, you have commercials, you have people on your account, and also what was it? You get 4K streaming or something like that, or some crap like that. That was pretty much it. Or you get movies a little bit earlier than everyone else or some shit or something to that degree. After that, you start realizing this is stupid. Miss the days when I could just buy a subscription and that was it. But now you gotta get these tiers and everyone's a patron at this point. You're just playing Patreon at this point, so it's kind of annoying. And then you don't have time to watch TV half the time, so it was like, why am I paying for this unless my stupid kids are watching it? If they're not watching it, and most kids are not watching Netflix, they're watching YouTube or TikTok, so it kind of seems pointless to even have it, so.
First thing studios did was cut costs, starting with the animation teams, and that led to massive layoffs. Netflix cut a third of its animation division, Disney laid off 20% of Pixar staff, and other big names like Warner Brothers and DreamWorks followed. The Animation Guild reported that about 1/3 of its animation workforce experienced layoffs over the past year. And by 2023, both writers and actors went on strike, and Hollywood's production stopped, leading to another—
That was stupid on their behalf, I'm not gonna lie to you. I understand they want more pay and they think they deserve it, but the timing of that was dumb as fuck.
The decline of employment.
And that ended up biting them in the ass in the long run. Now, I think was Neon said it, there's less there's gonna be less people. Like there's gonna be more people. Well, not more people. There's gonna be less people, but those less people are gonna be making more money than the people who they demanded X, Y, and Z.
Opportunities and even more project cancellations. So that's what happened. Studios ramped up hiring during the pandemic and then realized it's not sustainable. So to cut costs, a lot of studios have been outsourcing animation. They send work to countries where labor is cheaper. Disney opened up a studio in Vancouver to take advantage of the tax breaks, and DreamWorks shifted a lot of its work overseas. These places often have weaker labor production, like during Spider-Verse, famously, over 100 animators quit over brutal working conditions. And that's because Canada doesn't really have animation unions like in the US. So artists here have fewer protections. And then there's mergers. Big companies keep buying each other out, and every time that happens, studios get shut down. Like when Disney bought 20th Century Fox and shut down Blue Sky Studios, laying off over 450 employees. Take a look at the indie model of Flow. So Flow won Best Picture this year at the Oscars, and this beautiful film was made using Blender, an open source animation program. And get this, it had a budget of just $3.8 million. Compare that to Moana 2, which costed around $150 million. But how do they make this movie so cheap? Well, the software's free, there's no dialogue in the film, and there's no traditional storyboards. They just placed the characters in the scene and explored it with the camera, which means no deleted scenes, no expensive revisions, and on top of that, it was a passion project with a small team. And, European wages are significantly lower than in the US. So yes, it's proof that animation isn't just for massive studios. Anyone can make beautiful animated stories. But what do I see? I see that studios will see that it's possible to make an amazing film at the fraction of the cost. And now let's talk about the dreaded elephant in the room, AI. Animation studios are already experimenting with AI tools that generate animation faster and cheaper than humans. Some industry leaders are even saying that AI could replace up to 90% of animation jobs. Generative AI is projected to significantly disrupt approximately 200,000 entertainment jobs over the next 3 years. AI may be efficient, but at what cost? Animation is about human expression. It's real stories and real emotions. And if studios start treating filmmaking like just another product, something to mass produce, then is it still art? And right now we're seeing decisions driven more by efficiency than creativity. And we're already seeing studios cancel projects based on algorithms, AI-generated music pushed over real artists, and writers fighting to keep their jobs. And don't even get me started on the AI Ghibli trend. I don't want to live in a world where art is automated. I want the imperfections and the risks and the personal connections that make art meaningful. But I'm not gonna get too much into this or I will explode. A survey by the Animation Guild found that 61% of its members are extremely concerned about AI negatively impacting their jobs. So now we know that the animation industry is on fire. We know why it's happening. And if you want a deeper dive, then I really suggest watching The Animation Industry is Collapsing by Know the Robot. He explains it more in depth and better than I am. So what now? Well, I wanted to talk about a more optimistic view on all of this, how artists are surviving. We're a community, and it's easy to be in this industry and feel alone. You see people occasionally post that they got a new job, and it feels like everyone's doing so much better than you. Well, I feel that sometimes. And it's also scary for young artists who are just trying to get into the industry. Students still in school, recent graduates who think, like, is this all it is? Did I come at a bad time? So I reached out to a lot of artists.
Yeah, you did. You kind of did. Industry-wise, yes, you did. Now, if you have talent and ingenuity and all that stuff, you can probably do this without going to no stupid studio in the first place. So, like they just said it, like a guy with 3.8 million kind of figured that out, and that's a small budget to most majority of them. So if you get like a small team, think of a very different story and then make it work. You can make it work, but not everyone can do that. So.
And listen to a lot of people's stories. Because if there's one thing for certain, it's that we're all in this together. Many artists are surviving by being more self-sustainable, like releasing their own books, trying to get their own miniseries funded, releasing courses, starting sticker clubs. How am I staying afloat without a full-time job? Well, a big part of it is YouTube right now, and sponsors whose products I believe in. like today's sponsor. Right now, a lot of artists are turning to conventions and merch to make money, and having high quality products can make all the difference. I've been selling my art for years online and at conventions, and honestly, finding the right balance between cost and quality is a struggle. You don't want to spend a fortune up front, but you also don't want your merch to look cheap. That's why I think Vogue Race is a great option. They make acrylic keychains, vinyl stickers, tote bags, enamel pins, pretty much anything you'd like to sell. The colors are vibrant, the printing is super crisp, and they have a ton of customization options. Plus, I love a company where a real person double checks with me before confirming my order. It really feels like they care about the artist and the product that they make. So if you're thinking about making your own merch, this is a great place to start. Whether you're
I tell you something though, I care about my artists slash what do you call it, art. I care about the artist slash customer is going to die off in the next 10 years. That shit's going to be so gone. Everything will be automated to the point that you're not even going to be dealing with another person at all to the slightest. It's going to be all AI generated or automated to a degree. And you probably won't even know the difference. Most people can't tell the difference with certain AI these days anyway, because it's getting so advanced to the point you can't even figure out what's happening. So I wouldn't put it past them to a degree. So
just testing things out or going all in, they have bulk discounts and smaller
bro,
order
do you
options.
do you
so you
not see what's on the side there? Just
so
read.
Why
you guys
take this as your
don't
sign,
pretend? Your eyes don't work these days. These are young kids these days.
Some artists don't have the ability to wait until they find work related to art. I spoke to a lot of artists that have to work in retail for the time being. Yeah, it's not as fun as drawing, but it's work that pays you for the time being. Some artists might have to pivot to a completely different profession, like Anna Sumina, an incredible visual developer.
Let's hope it's always the hands from that point. Let's hope.
An artist might have to start looking for another profession. Maybe she'll start dog grooming now, which honestly doesn't sound so bad. But you know, more artists are turning to teaching, like I am. And I've questioned if it's right to teach character design when the industry feels so unstable, but then I realized art isn't just about jobs. It's about craft and passion and self-expression. And no matter how technology changes, people will always be creating. And teaching art isn't just about career prep. It's about training your eye and finding your voice and thinking visually. Because the industry may shift, but creativity isn't going anywhere. And at the same time, so many artists are diversifying, learning new skills to be more hireable. I learned 3D, and now instead of hiring me as a character designer, and then you hire another artist to make it in 3D, I can do both. Theoretically, well, you know, I'm still learning, but I'm diversifying my skills and wearing more hats to be more of an asset towards studios. The stereotype of the struggling artist, it's really about the hustling artist, you know? Artists are pivoting and adapting and proving that their skills are transferable. Like Derek Ortega is taking on toy and set design, and Austin Marr is even considering tattooing. So many artists are using this time to grow. Some are brushing up on their fundamentals, like Scott Epstein is refining his figure drawing and building up his portfolio, while Ham Firazin is planning to make a game. Brendan Marion is spending time to try doing stuff artistically that I keep wanting to make for years, but it's never the right time. I, for one, have been making a short film for the past few months, same with Tonico Pantoja, as he's told me. And then there's artists like Michelle Lamb, who found success by...
I don't think it's going to hurt independent artists. This is what I'm reading from Jack. Jack said, I don't think it's going to hurt independent artists, just the ones who work at companies. Yeah, I said this. Like, I said this no more than 3 months ago. I said, you guys are freaking out because so-called Cartoon Network or HBO now, or HBO Max or Warner, whatever the hell, or Disney is not hiring you. To hell with those people. Like, they're going to use AI, right? I'm not saying to go use AI, but you can use the same AI with the creativity. So they're creatively bankrupt. That's why they need the AI. They just need it to churn out content. They never said that the content's going to be anything of substance. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at the current movies that's going on now with just regular people. You know what I'm saying? They're horrible because they're written horrible. They're either woke or terrible. Or they're just not great. People are not relating to them. They're either formulaic as hell. No one cares, right? So why are you worried so much about the so-called company that's not going to hire you for the AI? Do your own thing. I know that's going to be hard to do. There's going to be some finessing on your behalf. That's just how things are going to go. But if you are really passionate being an artist, or a case maybe, or an animator, or whatever the hell, you can use your skills to make a profit somehow, some way. Well, they're going to be needing of learning new skills down that line. That's the inevitability to a degree. But if you're really serious about it and this is something you really want to do, nothing will stop you. You'll always find a way to get around it. You know what I'm saying? So just because Cartoon Network won't hire you doesn't mean you can't make it better than. And besides, what would you rather have a salary just because you work for Cartoon Network, or make your own damn salary whenever you can work? You know what I'm saying? It's best to work for yourself anyway. You don't have to worry about pissing off the wrong people and then you getting fired because you, I don't know, mispronounce someone or something like that, or you had a bad conversation with someone 10 years ago and they found it and you said something mean to some woman or some man or some person of color or some person from another country 10 years ago on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to worry about that crap. You don't have to worry about having, I think that there's a term for it called the golden handcuffs, where you're in a situation where you're at the top of your, I want to say your game.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's
You're
Kofi
at the
page
top of like how much you're making higher than you would.
Hero today.
And now
using commands like
in any situation, you're scared that any interaction can lead of you losing those golden cuffs that's around your hands, because
Nightbot
it can be easily taken away from you by anyone
like
who has
/donation.
Well, under accidental situations or misunderstandings, or someone purposely trying to ruin your situation. And it doesn't take much for them to do it. All they need to do is accuse you of something, say something you didn't say, make a misunderstanding out of nothing, and then next thing you know, you lose everything, right? So it makes no sense. Like right now, I think his name is Jamie Osmith, I think that's his name, the dude who does the voice of Sora from Kingdom Hearts. He's right now in jail because of, I think, a DUI thing or something like that. Oh no, I think a DUI thing, and he said some racial slurs towards, like, I think the Jewish community or something. And because Disney is run pretty much by the Jewish community to a degree, I believe, therefore, the chance of him doing voicing of Sora may not be a thing anymore in the future. If they take the apology, if it goes up to, like, you know, the Jewish community say sorry, and if they take it as like sincerity and Disney becomes lenient with him, I'm hoping he will, because it'll be sucked that Sora's voice is going to be different. But then again, it's like, you know, these things happen. So that's where I call it, or they call it, the golden cuffs, because you're at the top of your line of your game, or you're making a lot of money from whatever company you work for X amount of years, and then next thing you know, a misunderstanding, or you get accused of something, or you know, you get in trouble over a Twitter post you said 13 years ago that was misinformed or something like that, and then you lose your job because these accusations or something to that extent. It doesn't take much to ruin someone's life if they're under that corporate umbrella, right? So it's best to be independent and do your own damn thing. Sell your own merch, write your own stories. You know what I'm saying? Don't wait until they put you on the don't wait until they put you on. Put yourself on. Quote by Roseanne. Roshan. So like, there you go. It's best to do it yourself than wait till someone gives you the golden keys to the kingdom, and then you're always indebted to them and they can take it from you, or someone will ruin it for you. It doesn't take much. So for anyone who's an inspiring artist or animator, illustrator, whatever you are.
Bean said, I have a question.
Bean. Yeah, what is your question, Bean? Just always keep in mind that nothing is promised to you. Nothing lasts forever. So make it your damnedest to make it as long. Do your best to make it last as far as possible in your terms, so you're not under the veil of someone else who can just take it from you. So I don't think freaking out is a good idea. If you're part of the industry and you've been in the industry for a while in like animation or whatever the case may be, you should get your friends that you work with or people you work with in the past who are just as unemployed you or struggling, and try to do something together, do a collaboration, do a studio, or build a studio together or something like that.
Bean asks, have you drawn any JoJo characters?
Yes. Actually, they're one of the videos you can check on my YouTube or my TikTok. You can type in my name and then put JoJo. You'll see it. I did one, I think, of Dia. Was Dio Brando? And then the other one was a female version of JoJo. So pretty much that's what you gotta do. That's just the way of how things are. The Silicon Valley's money is, dried up, and the pandemic's gone, and all these things are, of your control. So it's best just to do what you need to do. So do your best, or you can just totally quit and just look for a new career. But that's not easy for people who are past like a certain age. So that's gonna be a very big transition. So
pivoting entirely,
especially if you have families and you have people depending on you. So that's gonna suck too.
Moved into social media, book deals, and hosting art retreat trips instead of doing storyboarding. And this gives her more financial stability and flexibility. She told me, the only thing I had to let go of was bragging rights about working at X studio and doing X thing. That is so real. So many of us tie our identity to
the studios. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That was probably the biggest, dumbest thing that most people do. I understand it. It's like their degree to a degree. Like, I get it. If you finally get like hired to like Cartoon Network, Netflix, Disney, that's your degree to most people. That you're, even if you work for them or work for them, just saying that you work for Disney for a certain amount of time, it puts awe in most people's faces who doesn't really know the industry. So like a normie who hears you work for Disney is like, oh my God, you work for Disney? And then they ask you 1,010 questions. What did you work on? And X, Y, and Z. And then usually be like one scene of something. Or like a couple of scenes of like one movie, or like a couple of scenes of like some show or some storyboarding or some off-brand thing. Like, it's usually that. It's not like a whole big thing. But just the fact that they have that check mark and that thing in their bio saying, I work for Disney, professional X, Y, and Z illustrator, 2D animator, blah, blah, blah. That's their degree to most people, so they can put the middle finger in their face to their parents or whoever said being an animator is not worth it because you're not going to be the next Walt Disney or, Minamoto or whoever the hell who's making and creating stuff for a living. So I can see why that identity tie-in tends to, be prevalent in most people's lives when you get to that point and that status. But it's just a big illusion to a degree, because once they don't need you anymore, all that bravado is gone. Now everyone's getting like, these companies are getting AI, so it's kind of like, it's like that. What was that saying that Neon said? He said to the people who used to like go into the coal mines, they're saying that they're gonna steal our jobs, and then people told them like, if you want to work here, learn the code or something. That's that learn the code like response. Now the people who are in that position should learn how to code themselves. So, or you need to code faster. Let's put it that way, and be more proficient. So.
Instead of what we create. But there's so many ways to make a living as an artist, even outside the traditional animation industry path. Another way artists are staying afloat is through indie animation and crowdfunded animation. There's never been a better time to be an indie studio making niche projects.
That's what I said. I said the same thing for like gaming. Like it's not that far off from gaming itself, right? You don't have to be beholden to some stupid AAA studio that's owned by BlackRock or one of these places, right? And always have to be under the thumb of these people, because if you say the wrong thing on the purity test, therefore you're going to lose your job in the next 10 days or something, right? Or you get noticed that you're going to get axed, right? If you're the indie dev and you have passionate people who are just as passionate to you, which is hard to find, I'm not saying that's easy, but like if you find people who are passionate as you, and you guys really are serious about your craft, start a studio together and see where it goes. You know what I'm saying? And if you have good chemistry, can work together, know how to compromise, know how to play as a team, you won't have no issue, right? Right? And I know the financial side won't be easy. I'm pretty sure that will not be easy at all. But, there's ways of getting around this one way or another, So I think being indie is the future. That is the future for like gaming, the creative space, anything from gaming or game creation or making games or game design to doing animation and all that stuff. I think going indie is probably the smartest thing, but the hardest one. That's where that coin comes in. It's like it's the best thing, but it's the most horrible thing at the same time, because you have to virtually do everything at that time, and then you have to make everything secure for yourself. What's that term? Pull by your bootstraps type response. So like you have to do everything for yourself and for your family and for your friends and family and your coworkers and your colleagues. You can't rely on like a AAA studio backing you with benefits and all that stuff. You gotta do it all yourself. Sorry, that's just how it is. It's the sad truth of this, right? So, this might push for better stories, right? Because everyone's gonna be. You can't put out your Tumblr fanfic and wait for the best. You have to write a good story, right? So you gotta put in your best foot forward, and sometimes bite the bullet on some of the hot takes you may have. So, that's where most of these studios went left. They picked a bunch of like Tumblr-esque type writers who are kind of just want to be there, but don't really want to put in the actual creativity, or just hacking from other people's stuff. So it is it is what it is. So.
Than ever. Critical Role started off as a Dungeons & Dragons web series, and their Kickstarter campaign to create an animated special raised more than $1 million in funding. That's the most successful film or television project in Kickstarter history, and they've since created 3 seasons of Vox Machina. Or Has Been Hotel started off as a YouTube series by VizzyPop, financed solely by Patreon followers. Then Amazon picked it up, and 3 more seasons are already confirmed. There's even a spin-off series. We're all chronically online, and it's easier than ever to get people to see your work.
And imagine how much they would have got away a lot more with that series of Has Been Hotel if they just did on the Patreon. Maybe they would have gotten away with way more compared to what Netflix probably put the restrictions on them then.
Post your art. Make that short film. Be active on social media. You know how much I've been posting on social media? You think it's for fun? It's to get eyes on my work, eyes on my ideas. And who knows, maybe I'll crowdfund a pilot for my Bang Bang story. I don't know, maybe. So comment below what indie animated project excites you the most. Let's share our favorite content and support independent artists and studios. Okay, what does this mean for the future of this industry? Like many, Bill Robinson, our director at Little Umbrella, thinks lots of viz dev and concept art positions will be replaced by AI. And it's probably true. It's a realist point of view. The industry's changing, and that's probably the direction we're headed in, honestly. But we're not going down without a fight. People are fighting to keep artists' work from being eaten by AI, and we're sometimes winning, sometimes. Like by US law, AI art can't be copyrighted. Writers are working on protections against AI so they don't get replaced, and the Animation Guild is always working to protect artists. Everything is in the process, nothing is certain, but people are being loud. And I like to live in optimism. Kasim, another fellow art YouTuber and educator, suggests that as things start to shift more indie, or with smaller teams, you'll have to start doing a broader set of things. You'll need more skills and need to be more of a generalist with larger knowledge of everything. And I got so many messages of people looking forward to the shift in indie animation or crowdfunded projects. With more and more IPs and sequels than ever, corporations are taking the safest routes, and now potentially AI will help create that. People crave stories that they can connect to, like a breath of fresh air, something from someone's soul. Like I connected so deeply to Dummy She's Turning Red. Not only is it about a little girl growing up in Toronto, Dummy She also went to Sheridan where I went to. There's so many joint experiences of being like a 12-year-old in Canada. A robot could simply not make me cry the amount of times that I've cried during Turning Red. Adam Dix, a character designer currently teaching art, sums it up perfectly. I think the AI interest will fade to some degree. Once studios realize that new voices win out over the derivative, I think that they will...
You're being too optimistic on that, my friend. He said studios will learn to take the human experience into heart more than the actual AI. Don't you know this is Hollywood, bro? You know how stubborn Hollywood is? It's been 2 decades about almost 2 decades. Hollywood is stubborn as it does not learn. It just does. It doesn't learn anything. Hollywood is literally beats his head on the wall and then says to you, does it look like what you want? And then you say no, and like, okay, you're the bigot. I'm gonna keep doing that. Man, like, come on, man. Like, it doesn't matter you're in the game industry or you're the Hollywood industry. Just go against what they think you should eat or what you think you should crave. Soon as you tell them what you think, they're like, "You're an idiot. You don't know anything," and so go back and bust their head on the same brick wall. Come on, you think they learn? No, man. No. No, money talks. So what they think, what they rely on is like I refer to as the Call of Duty like casual, where no matter how bad or how horrible any Call of Duty game is, there's that grassroots type individual or reserve that will always buy past 1 million plus, like 10 million plus, 20 million plus. It may not be 1 billion like how GTA did back in 2010, but I know I'm going to make at least 100 million or at least 50 million from the sales we're going to make on Call of Duty. It don't matter how bad we think or how unbalanced the guns are, whatever the case may be. You're going to buy this game. Or if you don't buy it, your stupid friend will. Or your cousin, your dad, your sister, your brother, your uncle, the preacher, the dog. You think we're stupid? Come on, we're here to make money. We're not here to actually have you have fun. We're a corporate entity. We're trying to make money. Right? And the best thing we're going to do, we're not going to take risks. What the hell? No, we're not doing that. You stupid? You stupid? Who does that? Risk. Fuck. No, we're going to go with the most mundane, most generic, most formulaic plan ever. Ever. It don't matter. It don't matter. And we're going to race swap anyone we want. Gender swap whatever we want. We're gonna do whatever we want, and your friends and family will go watch this and go buy this. Why do you think they still made the Snow White movie? Well, they couldn't back out of it. Let's just be honest. But like, it was too balls deep into that. But like, people still went to go see that stupid movie. Like that was the funniest thing. My girlfriend went to go see that stupid movie. If I knew she was gonna say it, I would have said, "Don't watch that stupid movie," and she regretted it. She went to go see that dumb movie with her family. That was stupid as hell. She said it was horrible. She said it was nothing like the original. I wasted my money going. I said, and I looked at her like, "Don't you know I complained about this before? Don't you listen? I told you not to go see that stupid movie. It's horrible." Right? That's rough, buddy. Like, I looked at her, you're like, "You're an idiot." I literally said, "You're an idiot. Why would you do that? You waste your money. You gave money to Bob Iger now." And because of you're the casual who don't listen, Bob Iger will do what he wants. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. It's not about how creative you are or how like great of a storyteller, artist, or animator, 3D man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how creative you are. You can make the next Harry Potter, the next Star Wars, the next Avatar, Last Airbender, the other Avatar with the blue people. It don't matter. Or Batman, Superman, DC, whatever, or Marvel. It doesn't matter. We are just looking for the casual who's going to give their money to us, whether they read our review or not, because they're bored, not that informed, or they're stupid enough just to go anyway because they're bored. That's why. That's the sad truth. That's why I say this will never change. Whatever that dude said, he's being a super optimist and it's not going to work. They're not going to jump off this AI thing. They're not. They're not. They're not going to do it. They're going to figure out a way to how copyright that crap some way, somehow. But they're not going to jump off that. But this is where, in the future, sadly, I believe that most artists is going to end up using AI to just for grunt work, right? And this is where indies will actually outshine the AAA companies or studios, because if you are a creative and you have a story idea or something like that, right? You can outshine the AAA movies because they're formulaic and not trying to take any risks. Your whole life is a risk. So you writing a story that is not formulaic is going to be the draw for most people. So if you're a artist, author, writer, screenwriter, whatever, storyboard artist, whatever the hell, you have more opportunity to get, well, beat them than them beating you. The only problem with this is just being exposed, to get the exposure. That's the only problem. Because if you take like someone who's pretty well written in just like a no name and you look at their stuff, you can find something pretty interesting compared to like most movie storyboards. Something they haven't mentioned before, maybe a certain perspective, maybe a certain something different, right? That most people don't think of. Maybe a sci-fi take on something that is so far gone. Like anime does all the time. They take like a concept of something and just drive it home. They do it all the time. And the Japanese do it all the time. They'll take a concept of something so like obscure as hell and make it into like a full-fledged anime. Like a perfect example, like I remember when we first started doing reactions, I'll be back to at least I gotta go soon. Okay, do your thing, bro. Remember when we first doing reactions, we did that one video of the girl who was dating this guy that she was with, and I guess they was living together, and she went up in the attic later, bro. She went up in the attic and she saw a picture of him and her, but because she doesn't remember that photo being taken with her, she assumes that something's off about the whole thing. So the whole premise of the whole anime is just because she was very she was being very perceptive of her surroundings, of a photo that she saw in the attic that she doesn't remember taking. It became a whole mystery anime off manga by itself. And I made the joke, it was my first reaction video, I made the joke, I'm like, no American woman's going to be that perceptive. Once they see themselves in the photo, what the dude they like, they don't care. They're not gonna go through a whole like mystery salvation of like, why did this picture get taken? Especially if it was a picture of, and the picture was a mundane picture of them just being together on a bench, I think, in a photo, taking a photo together. It was not like anything sus. She just said she doesn't remember, and because she doesn't remember, she made it became a whole crime mystery manga. And I said the joke, like, there's no way, no American woman's gonna take this seriously and be like, hold on, let me fix that. Yeah, so no American woman's gonna take the last second to like investigate a photo that they took that makes them look like they purposely took the picture with their boyfriend or husband. They're not gonna think of it. They may not remember, but they're not gonna make a whole story about it. Nope.
There will be new,
because as long as they're in the photo, that's all that matters.
Videos sprouting up and a lot more indie animation projects. Fresh voices, new styles, new studios, etc. And that's what keeps me optimistic. And that's the heart of it. Art survives because we do. No matter how the industry shifts and no matter what technology throws at us, artists keep pushing forward. We adapt, innovate, and we carve out new...
Sadly, the irony in this is that these people are going to end up using the same AI tools eventually without whether they want to admit it or not. To a degree. That's the irony in all this. Because soon when they can't compete, some of these people are going to fold and start using AI just to get by or do the grunt work and stuff. They're just going to do it. And it's going to be like a normal facet in life in the next 5 to 10 years, I'm telling you. Like, people are already losing their jobs. You don't think they're going to use the same AI to get back to the people who got rid of them? Come on.
Spaces for our creativity. So maybe the future of animation won't look exactly like it was in the past, but that doesn't mean it's the end. It just means that we're entering a new chapter, one where independent voices, small studios, and individual artists will shape what comes next. So I hope this gave you some new perspective, not just on the chaos of the industry, but on like the resilience of the people in it, because we're all in this together. Thank you for watching this kind of different video from me, and don't forget to support the artists I share today by giving them a follow. All right, and I'll see you next time.
All right, so that was, I didn't mean to make this video longer than it is. It was supposed to be 12 minutes, but I made it longer because of my
I'm an artist. If the time.
So that was, what was her name? Her name was Jackie.
The animation.
Dorjenko, I think I'm saying it. That was Jackie. So give her a follow, like, and subscribe, and all that stuff. This will be on the art channel because this is about technically art in the art industry in some form. Not technically art lesson. I will be holding off in making those. Don't worry, I am working on those tutorials. And all that stuff. I think she's Italian. It's spelled Droujko. That's why I can't say it right. The J is throwing me off. It's a JKO. It's Droujko. It's a very weird looking spelled word of a name. But yeah, give her a follow. Descriptions in the bottom to our channel and stuff like that in this video. It'll be on the art channel, not the reaction channel, but more on the art channel because this talks about art and stay in that industry types thing. So yeah. All right. So with that said, there. All right, we got one last one, and then we'll call it a night for tonight. Okay, so let's see. And she's collapsing. Everything you want to know about animation. I don't think anyone wants to hear that. It's getting worse for a video game journalist. How to run a small animation studio. I don't know about that one. So so I'm so tired of Twitter art community. Screw it. Wait, Muhammad. This video is for you if you're an artist. Sam creates art. 6 days ago. The average artist on take on AI. Thumbco. This is 14 minutes. Okay, you know what? Okay, let's go with Mohammed, I guess. We'll just go with that one.
If you watched my last video about the fixing art drama that has been happening on Twitter since the inglorious rise of the Studio Ghibli art trend, you would automatically assume you had seen the worst of the Twitter art community. But it truly...
I forgot to do it. So this is Mohammed. I can never say his last name. I'm not going to try, but we all know who he is. For most of them watches his commentary. It says here, I'm so tired of the Twitter art community. So Twitter's at again pissing off artists, or they pissing off each other, or whatever case may be. So we're going to hear what's going to happen here, and then we'll call it a night. Link in the bio, link in the description if you want to follow him and all that great stuff. He has great takes, so let's see.
It amazes me how deep the rabbit hole actually goes. From people who have been exposed as domestic abusers making tweets claiming AI art is the future and sharing a generated image of them being proud to be an AI artist, heavy on the air quotes, because clearly calling yourself an artist when all you use is AI is totally ridiculous.
Okay, well, yeah. I am actually an artist.
Do you think AI art is real art?
I do.
You do?
I do, yeah, I do. Because it's just another way of translating your thoughts and your ideas into just like someone drawing on a digital format, just like someone
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It is not. What the fuck?
Drawing on a paint, like a piece of paper is just another method of...
This is a normie take.
A medium of showing or describing what's inside your mind. So I do believe AI art is real art.
A lot of artists would disagree.
I don't care. I don't care. You know, it's my opinion, right?
Yeah,
so I actually even had this conversation with my husband recently where we talked about even producing art using AI as like a form of art to resell, because I think it's just so beautiful. It's a new way of thinking. Yeah.
And like the prompt.
I wish she makes some art, take her AI art, and someone makes AI of her AI art and resells her stuff. I don't think she'll like that, big chap. I don't think she would. Let's do that. Let's make your AI art, and then what we'll do, we'll make AI of your AI art, and then resell your stuff. It's not like it's even yours to begin with, because AI can't be copyrighted. Right? We're just translating what we're thinking on the page. See, the difference when someone steals your stuff to a degree, they have to at least put the work to do it. When I have to just type in a prompt, my God. My God.
This is what matters, and like that requires creativity, right?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. I totally agree.
And now people are dogging on artists because they're standing their ground and trying to protect their intellectual property. The only people I see pissed about AI art are butthurt artists who might lose commissions because the AI can do it faster and better. All the crying about stealing is...
But the problem with the AI thing is that well, when you think about it, if it does it faster, they all look the same. Majority of them look all the same. They all look the same. They use the same art style most of the time. You all want the same. You all want the same art style. All the same, like all of you. Like, bro, really?
Ridiculous and nonsensical. With all the talk about artists lately, I think we should just get rid of them. No more art for anyone. Fuck your art. I love artists, but after following many for years, most of them are just toxic narcissistic weirdos who can't process nuance for shit. The majority of online artists are weirdo loner misanthropes, which is why a lot of them are also some type of political extremists. Reading through Twitter made me realize that myself and some other artists included somehow share similarities with political extremists and people who perpetuate acts of violence outside social media. The more you know. The hate for
Wait, that's a little different. You can't put them. You can't paint every brush as an activist. That's crazy. No.
Just making drawings for themselves goes even deeper on Twitter. As an artist who happened to share a drawing he made with his little daughter as they shared a moment bonding together over a few pencils and drawing tablets, with the caption saying, "It took me less than a day to make this drawing, and I'm sure my daughter will never forget it or these moments we spent drawing together. I feel sorry for you who will never be able to feel that," while also sharing
/donation.
Really? Really? Really, robot?
The drawing process from start to finish for the know-it-all people who will potentially call his drawing AI art and then somehow try to accuse him of generating the image instead of drawing it. The tweet itself had almost 10 million views with a whopping 290,000 likes and counting. The post had a lot of people cheering the artist and praising him for being an awesome dad and role model for us all to follow. And while all this glorious positivity was just casually circulating the atmosphere, guess what happened? Just take a wild guess. I'll give you a few seconds to figure it out.
They threatened him?
A Twitter user took the artist's private photo and turned it into the Studio Ghibli art style using AI. According to them, this was done in under 5 minutes, so instead of the artist wasting all that time bonding with his daughter over the sound of crayons scratching paper, he should have just used a prompt to generate the image and spend the rest of his day doing something more productive with his time.
Wow, you a dick! Oh my god! Bro, are you kidding me? Wow! Are you serious? Oh my god. This is why gatekeeping is necessary. I'm dead serious. I know most of you hate that term, and most of you hate gatekeeping is necessary. This is why this is needed. This is why gatekeeping is needed. You like crazy normie people who don't have a single creative bone in their body outrun you, and then they say things like this. This is, I swear to God, I have no problem with gatekeeping. There's a reason why I exist.
Fixing an artist's work, manipulating their drawing, or even feeding it into AI in an attempt to self-proclaim make it better is already bad enough. But taking a personal photo of the artist and his daughter, something they took in private, taking that and feeding it to AI just to prove a point is absurd to me.
Yeah,
why would you even think it's okay to do that? What is even wrong with you? The worst part is the generated image doesn't even look half as good as what the artist drew. It just looks flat and wonky.
Oh my god. Oh, so he drew that. Oh, so okay, the one on the left. The one on the left is what he drew. The one on the right is the AI generated. I kind of like the one on the left. Like, why? Like, the one on the left is way better. It's a lot more detail. Looks more... It looks humanly made. It looks a lot better. The other one just looks like, kind of simplistic to the point. That's it. It's not bad, but it's not... I'm not saying it's horrible. It is AI. It knows what it's doing, but, like, it's not on the same level as, like, it was made as from a human. That's just... Bro, you are a piece of shit. For real. There's a special place of hell for you. What the hell? Damn.
doesn't even feel as genuine as the artist's drawing. Even the expressions his daughter has look so much better in his drawing than in the generated image. The fixed image instantly went viral and gained nearly 8 million views. People started calling out the person who made the tweet, telling them how bad their generated image was and pointing out areas in the image which didn't make any sense because the AI just couldn't comprehend what was going on in the image. You are the purest proof that artists who spend hours drawing true art are undervalued. You certainly do nothing more than AI drawings. Your AI drawings are despicable, as are those who think this is art. You didn't make anything because you didn't do it, but the machine didn't even do it. It just copied and executed poorly. AI is the only option for those who are bitter enough about life to not dedicate themselves to learning anything. And that's basically what you deserve. A pathetic life. It's not faithful. It's just a soulless fraud, because deep down, it's a glass door and not a bookshelf. Your 5 minutes are just something without soul and affection. Many more comments littered the timeline, all calling out the person who made the post and telling them just how bad their AI image was. But what I found surprising was that some people believed AI will do a better job and were making fun of the artist for just wasting time drawing instead of just using AI. Did you ask Studio Ghibli for permission? Because if you didn't, it only took you one day to do the same thing we do in 1 minute.
I keep forgetting he keeps using the Boondock sound for Uncle Ruckus. I keep forgetting he keeps using it. I was like, where? I was like, every time I hear it.
And you use a technological resource that many artists consider cheating. And I guarantee that in 10 minutes, your daughter died of boredom and you were left drawing alone. What? This is such a dumb take. I almost gouged my eyes out while reading this tweet. Asking the artist if he had permission to draw in that style is pretty bold, coming from people who have clearly been using the same Studio Ghibli art style trend from AI generated images and stealing art styles from multiple artists with no form of consent, breaking every single law against copyright. Also, I'm not so sure if you realize this, but no one considers drawing on a digital tablet cheating. Well, at least in 2025 anyway. A couple of years back in the early 2010s, that would have been a different story. And the last bit about his daughter dying of boredom just proves to me that you literally don't know anything about kids at all, and you need to get off the internet and touch grass. Do you know how many hours I spent just filling up pages of a Harry Potter coloring book I had when I was a kid? I'll sit at the table for hours just scribbling and trying to fill in the lines with my mom watching, and I never for once complained or felt bored. So your take is just bad any way you want to look at it. Did you pay Studio Ghibli royalties for using their drawing style? Because they are also charging AI companies for using it too. So what happens to this hypocrisy? Really? Well, I hope they really are, because the way the Studio Ghibli art style is being used and abused, especially on Twitter, is enough reason for Miyazaki and Studio Ghibli to slap a lawsuit across the faces of every single...
You know, the only way to solve this problem is to make it expensive. That's the only... I'm just being serious with you. Like, the only way to stop this is to make it really expensive for them not to use it so freely, so they don't have the bravado to talk to you as insanely as they do. That's the only way to solve this problem with the whole AI problem. That's the only thing. Because if you make it expensive, most normies won't touch it. But, I mean, some artists are very expensive. Some of them will drop down their prices to even lower than what the AI would. But you'll get a lot more out of the artist compared to an AI. That's pretty much how this is going to probably solve this problem. And honestly, if you're going to use AI, the next thing they should do is put a logo on top of it too. So they can't get rid of it too. So they know it comes from some company. So they can't take the watermark off because it's AI. So...
AI company promoting its use. Another artist also shared an image of a drawing they made after practicing for 2 hours, encouraging other people to try out drawing.
Yeah, watermark. It has to have a watermark. You can't take it off. If it's AI and it's like AI art, you cannot take off the watermark. If you take off the watermark and they figure out you take off the watermark and you're using their AI somehow, you get a fine. I think that makes sense. So these people can't just walk with the bravado saying, I'm an artist the whole damn day. They can't say that. You're like, no, you use a prompt and then you can't even claim it's yours because it's actually that company. So if anything made it, the company robot did. You didn't make anything. You're just an accomplice to something that you stole. So let's just call it for what it is. You didn't make that with your own two hands. You use your brains. You didn't use any technical skills or anything. You didn't apply any of you in it. You just typed some letters. There's no personality in it. You just it's literally saying that Jesus, it's horrible. That's horrible. You have no personality, seriously. Like, now if you don't have the money to like get an artist, or you think AI artist, where is that? At least be upfront with it. At least if you're upfront with it, I at least respect you to that degree, but I'm not gonna expect you to be an artist. I'm not gonna call you an artist. I'm sorry. At least you're honest. I can't disrespect someone who's being honest, but I'm not gonna claim you as an artist though.
Expect, the comments started calling him out for wasting his time on a drawing that AI would have done in less than 30 seconds. I can do it in 2 minutes with an AI. How about you paint me a picture of Darth Vader shaking hands with Donald Trump in the style of Vincent van Gogh? I expect it in 2 hours, just like you did with this. Also, I won't pay you. Huh? Are these people okay? AI does it faster and it's better. It looks worse than AI and I don't care. People then started taking his picture and using AI to turn it into Studio Ghibli versions, telling him he wasted 2 hours trying to prove he didn't need modern tools when AI could have done it in 8 seconds. I truly don't understand why all these people get so heated when an artist tries to make a drawing for themselves, or if a person decides to challenge themselves to learn how to draw instead of learning a prompt. It's as if for some miraculous reason, somehow drawing has now become taboo all of a sudden, and now people aren't even allowed to draw anymore since we have AI that can make sloppy images in less than 3 seconds. They're so hyperfixated on the fact that an AI can make an image in less time than an artist, and are using every single chance they get to try and convince people that their AI generated images are better than anything an artist creates in real time.
Who said I won
really
first place in an art
cares? If
contest
these AI
yesterday?
images are so good, why do you have to?
Did you? That's pretty cool. You didn't use AI, did you? Because now they accept that crap. That way it makes no sense.
Try so hard to prove it. Artists are not even trying to compete with AI and are not even bothered to prove any point. The only person trying to prove a point is you. Artists make art because they enjoy the process of making something out of nothing but pure passion and the fulfillment you get from doing it yourself. Artists are not just trying to finish a drawing in 10 seconds and call it a day, in as much as that will be quite delightful. Art is a journey that teaches you patience and perseverance. It helps you learn more about yourself than any AI could possibly ever do. You see, artists derive pleasure in the process and not the result, but you wouldn't understand that because you're lazy and lack a level of creativity that even the average 3-year-old possesses. We do not give a fuck if AI can do this in 8 seconds. We enjoy drawing. Hope this helps. Aside from 1 or 2 comments praising the AI image, every single person was calling out the AI image for how sloppy and soulless it looked, and how lazy the person who made it must be to have taken the time to go out of their way and create it. An interesting observation was brought to my attention by some kind-hearted people who watched my last video in the comment section, and also on Twitter, that the drawing from Sam Does Arts, which I happen to use for comparison to AI, was also generated by an AI model. How frustrating. To the untrained eye, a drawing made by an AI modeled after another popular artist obviously might seem to be objectively better than drawings made by a real artist, but it actually isn't. And to be fair, the disparity isn't even close. For example, here's this image modeled after the art style of Sam Does Art. As you can tell, it seems to have an understanding of what his style looks like and could potentially spit out drawings made from mimicking his work. But when you put this AI image side by side with an actual image made by Sam, you can see that it's not even close. The AI image looks extremely stiff compared to Sam's art, and it doesn't have the careful, mindless strokes and emotions that come from every single thought that went through Sam's head while he was making the painting. Apparently, this was done on a website called Prompt Hero, and I'm sure the AI bros are going to be laughing saying, haha, I told you AI is better. See, it can replicate your favorite creator's art. And to be fair, I'll take the hit for this one. Yes, it's fairly close at replicating the Sam Does art style. Is it better than Sam? Heck no, because without Sam ever sharing his art on the internet, there'll be no art to use to train the
irony,
AI model in the
right? The irony. The irony. Think about that. The irony in that. So even if it can draw like me, or Sam or whatever. It needs me in general, or at least needs my work just to do what it does. So the irony is like, no matter how good it looks, you still need me. I am the foundation of whatever the hell. It's like literally Dragon Ball if you think about it. Most shonen wouldn't be where they are without Dragon Ball. So it's like, think about it. It's just the foundation of all things. So no matter how much you may claim, like, oh, ha, 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 it's like, you still need me, motherfucker. Because when you think about it, if we go back in time and Dragon Ball didn't happen, maybe something else would have took its place. But then again, it wouldn't be the same. So
first place. But the fact that this AI model can come close to replicating his painting is truly insane and scary at the same time. It's frightening just thinking of all the loopholes and ways scammers could actually use this to manipulate people and take their money from them. This should clearly not be allowed. Sam needs to lock in and sue for real. But unfortunately, Sam isn't the only artist who has had their work hijacked by the plague of AI enthusiasts, as other artists have also shared their concerns after seeing people feed their art into AI and then trained the models to be able to create similar versions of their work. And I still don't even know how any of this is considered legal, because to me all this just looks like plagiarism if you have to use an artist's work to create an identical—
Listen, this is only going to become a problem, and I said this a couple months ago, this has only become a problem once it hits the courts in the sense of them. So like, let's just use celebrities for a YouTuber celebrity is not going to make any headway or any waves. When it hits like a Lil Wayne, a Drake, a Kendrick Lamar, Kelly Clarkson, who else? Madonna, you know what I'm saying? Eminem. Once it starts hitting them, that's where things will change. Once it hits like labels and they're getting their stuff stolen from other people, or Taylor Swift, there you go, a Taylor Swift, like once you have these individuals get their stuff stolen to a point where it becomes almost indistinguishable for their own work and they can't tell, you know what I'm saying, that's going to be a real problem on their behalf, using their voice and their music and their sound or something to that, usually their voice, right? So once it gets to that point, or their lyrics, soon it's going to get to a point where you have to copyright the literal lyrics, the voice itself, the background music, everything, the melody, the structure, everything. It's going to get to that point. Remixes will be never remixes ever again. I don't think remixes will be a thing in the next 10 years. Because if it's that bad that it only replicates someone's artwork, you don't think it can replicate someone's voice? Right? Think about that. This is not going to make any headway to Studio Ghibli. Studio Ghibli might make a little bit of a wave because Studio Ghibli, right? But like when it's like a Sam does arts, a Ross draws, Muhammad, what do you call it? Mark Bennett, Prokopенko, all of them, all the art people that whether from Disney or up to this point from YouTube, even myself, it's not going to make any headway at all. Once it hits a celebrity of status and they feel kind of slighted, like a Taylor Swift, like Jack mentioned, it's over. Because that Taylor Swift has a bunch of lawyers, it has a label firm, all of them that will go after these people, these small companies and stuff, and say, hey, you gotta stop that. You know what I'm saying? Especially if they start using their face. Like, imagine they make a music video, right? They take not only the voice, they have the background music, and they have their face, right? They use their face to make a music video, an AI music video of like Eminem, Taylor Swift, Selena Gomez, Kendrick Lamar, you know what I'm saying? All these different people, right? A Jack Harlow, a 50 Cent, you know what I'm saying? Once it hits them, then that will make a chance, make a wave, because they're going to make a big fuss. They're going to get their lawyer, they're going to lawyer the hell up, and then they're going to come after these people. Then change will happen. It's not going to happen through an artist who's drawing some pictures. It's not going to happen. I'm surprised it has not made any headway yet. Maybe it's just not as prevalent as it is, or not as easy as it should be. But once it becomes more easier to the common man, that's where things are going to go left. which is, I think, is more easy to make a song now with AI than ever, right? So once the tools get easier and easier and easier, so you can just like press some buttons or just use a simple little UI or something. Oh, it's over. Like a CapCut type of UI, it's over. Dead serious. So sadly, this is not going to make any headway till a actual, I'm not saying actual artist as in like an artist. I'm talking about like a music artist says something, and then the artist will jump on that bandwagon. Like every YouTuber, every Disney artist, they're all going to jump on that bandwagon and promote that individual who's going to make a big fuss about it, and then change will happen. That's just the sad part of this. So
replication of the same style using the artist's name. I don't know, man, it all seems just black and white, and I hate that it's happening to artists without them being able to do anything about it. Twitter users are now making statements saying art is now accessible and anyone can turn their imaginations into reality after typing a few prompts, and further shitting on artists, telling them to get a day job or level up their art, since apparently AI has raised the bar for art so high, so the expectations of the average artist is high level art because they're competing against AI models that can do better. And I'm not making this up when I tell you I lost brain cells just making this video. It's as if they somehow want artists to respect them because they learned a new prompt and know how to type in a few words to generate a shitty image.
And this is why I think the only way to solve this problem is to make it expensive. Don't make it so accessible and easy to touch. That's just that from the phone all the way to the like using a computer like Mid-Journey and all of the. It should be extremely expensive. It should be like $50 a month, maybe $100 a month. Think about it. If it's that expensive, it will stop them from doing it. They won't have the balls or even the money to do that. So they'll have to use the artists to help them. To you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. This is what happened on Twitter when Elon Musk started making it into a subscription service to a degree. A lot of people left because they don't have money to be there. And remember, it's like what, $5 a month, I think, or it could be a little higher than that. I think it's about $8 a month, I believe. And a lot of people was pissed about that because of the checkmark thing, and a lot of people left and went to Blue Sky. Now I heard that Blue Sky is going to be doing something similar. So, you know what I'm saying? The people who speak the loudest is usually the people who are the brokest, because talking is cheap. They can do this for free because it's free most cases. They can get around it because it's free. If these companies make it expensive, they will not use it. Just to prove a point, they won't do it. That's why when people come to me and say, "Oh, can I play a game with you?" I'm like, "You can come up here and play a game, but you have to play a subscription. So I know you ain't gonna say anything insane." They don't come. They don't come on the stream. Or they said, how do you draw that? I want to know how to draw that. Teach me your ways. Okay, it's $3 a month. Become a student. They won't do it. Simple. Money usually is a great deterrent for most people who are broke and crazy. Dead serious. It's a great deterrent.
I'm tired of not being respected as an AI artist.
You still making that typing art?
This artwork alone is a culmination
Still making
of
that typing art. Still making that typing art. I like that.
Of AI output.
Looks easy enough to me.
Bro, then you try. The challenge was on, so I needed to find a neutral party to give us a prompt and judge the end result.
New York, but on Mars.
I like the top left the most, so we're gonna upscale that.
They're using Mid-Journey
to the judge.
New York City on a red planet in another universe, surreal photorealism, view from a spaceship floating by, swag.
And now we wait.
This is the hard part, guys.
Now it is time to do our final result with our unbiased judge.
2 different takes. I do like the left, it looks too earth though, so I'm gonna go with the right.
AI art is not so easy after all.
Newsflash, we're still not going to refer to you as artists. As the great Miyazaki said, whoever creates this stuff has no idea what pain is. If you really want to make creepy stuff, go ahead and do it. I will never wish to incorporate this technology into my work at all. I strongly feel that using AI is an insult to life itself, which is why it's no surprise that studios are now calling out the Studio Ghibli art trend and are seeking to take legal action against the developers for alleged unauthorized copyright infringement. And
I'm just really surprised in general how most of these companies didn't do this from day one or didn't see this coming from day one. I'm surprised it took this long for them to actually take the moment to do this. That is the strangest part on my behalf. Did they not really think there was someone who was going to eventually copy their own specific style in some specific form? I'm surprised that Warner Bros. That owns Hanna-Barbera. There was a bunch of AI stuff about Hanna-Barbera type characters. And I'm surprised that they didn't say anything about that. Warner didn't say anything. Time Warner didn't say anything. They didn't say anything. So I guess a lot of people was like, well, if Warner didn't say anything, and then Marvel didn't say anything, and Disney definitely didn't say anything, especially that Pixar thing that was going on. You remember the Pixar, we call it the Pixar movie poster thing? People was making insane, and it almost looked kind of convincing to the degree, right? Remember that? So when they started using the Ghibli, it was just another AI to them, right? So I'm surprised that they didn't do anything from Jump Street. If they did that, maybe most of these people won't have the bravado to speak what they do. See, when you don't speak up against something that is like obviously kind of stupid, stupidity tends to run rampant. And then when you don't do anything about it, you get situations like this, and then when you get slapped with a lawsuit, they start saying, "Why are you being such a hater, bro? Like Disneyland's doing." Well, they're not fucking Disney. I'm not Disney. You know what I'm saying? Like, I might work with Disney, but I'm not Disney. Well, do they own shit? I don't think they own that. But like, no.
The Miyazaki art style. While AI prompters are desperately seeking new ways to administer their horrid images using softwares that make it seem like you're drawing and mimicking every single form of making art except actually trying to make art, others are fixing pictures of artists and making them pregnant because the artists showed themselves drawing instead of making prompts, and the AI enthusiasts got mad. A generous Twitter user, out of the goodwill of their heart, decided to spare us the torture and created an extension for Chrome that automatically filters out all the AI generated Studio Ghibli images from your timeline, so your once normal looking feed can start to feel alive again. I think a lot of these AI generated images are nothing more than just random images that end up being spread online for memes and rage bait so people can end up talking about them. This whole discourse between AI people and artists should not discourage you from ever wanting to learn how to draw or trying to improve your art and become a better version of yourself. If you're ever worried about AI replacing you or taking away your job, it doesn't matter. The world revolves around people with skills, and as long as you can teach yourself that skill, you will always end up finding a place where your skills are valued, regardless of how long it takes. So don't worry your little head about things that are irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. And if you need some more encouragement, here are some wise words from the gorgeous Phil Tomato.
Ghibli is more than just an art style. Just because AI can slap a Ghibli desktop theme to an image or a video doesn't mean artists are cooked. You're missing the point. The reason why Hayao Miyazaki is popular is because his values and the stories resonate with people and it inspires them. I became an artist partly because I saw Princess Mononoke in the theaters when I was little. Without Miyazaki, I probably wouldn't be an artist. I would never be Phil Tomato. This message goes out to the people who do AI. Respect artists, man. Especially Hayao Miyazaki. That's all we want. Without people like Hayao Miyazaki in the world, there would be Ghibli-inspired AI to copy off of. And don't say artists are cooked. No, we're not. We can use AI. We just choose not to because we respect the craft. To those who want to make a proper tribute to Hayao Miyazaki, just draw it. It's going to be difficult, as it should be. If an old man like Hayao Miyazaki can draw thousands of drawings for his movies, surely you can do one drawing, right? What do you think about my tribute to Studio Ghibli down below? It took me over a week to make. It's not perfect, but it's mine.
Well, it looks like you've made it to the end of this video. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like, share this video with a friend, and subscribe to the channel if you are new here. With all that being said, I'll see all you pretty penguins in the next video. Bye.
Alright, so that was Muhammad on the whole AI take. I know we did a video technically about AI, about the whole like animation thing, but you know, that's kind of different to a degree, but you know, it's kind of the same at the same time. So hello Glitch. So we're done doing our reactions for today. We did our art reactions, we did our manga reactions today. I'm not too upset with this study I did. I think I did an okay job compared to the reference. I think it could be a lot better. I think some areas needs a lot more work and a lot more cleaning up, wet behind the ears, but I think there's a form of improvement. You can see form to a degree. It maybe is not too accurate with the overall image here, but it's close enough. And just to end off, thank you Muhammad for that video. That was amazing. I do like his takes and stuff when it comes to the art community because he's an artist as well. If you want to follow him, please give him a follow. Link in the bio in the video that will come out in a couple of days from now as a reaction video on the art channel. So with that said, I hope you guys enjoy this and I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys next one. Cool. Alright guys, so we're finally done doing reactions, and I did my best as I could with the skin. I tried my best to understand skin. I know that the body may not be totally correct. I know, I got it. I already know. But the point wasn't technically the body, it was just a base at this point. I think I got some form down. I'm understanding form a lot better. I'm not frequently just making a bunch of like strokes for no reason. I'm understanding it as I'm going, which I am feeling kind of proud of myself, which I haven't felt that way in a very long time. So hopefully I'm going to get to that point where I can do this way better and I can get that Rhino Tuna-like art style when it comes to painting. And if I can do that, we can go back doing the auction and then we can really get this whole going to Japan thing on this way, because I know my mods wanted to go to Japan so bad. So I made a promise that I'm going to work my buns off to do that. So hopefully we can do that and we can get those V2ing models up for auction. I'm hoping. I'm feeling kind of good about myself today. So with that said, have a great night, guys. Thank you for coming in. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know if we're gonna play video games tomorrow.
Streambot said visit Artextric's Ko-fi page at.
Thank you, bot. Okay, so I don't know if we're gonna play video games tomorrow because tomorrow's Gaming Wednesday. If we do play video games, it'll most likely be either between Marvel Rivals or maybe Repo. I don't know yet. I still have to keep getting all these video edited. I gotta get some videos out because Bean got to 2 of hers and I'm trying to get all of them done at once so I can get them ready to go. But if we don't play Repo, we're gonna play Marvel Rivals. If we don't play Marvel Rivals, maybe I'll just play Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. I haven't touched that in a good while or something. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I get back to Apex. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So with that said, have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys in the next one. Keep safe. Keep practicing out there. I promise you guys will get better as you keep practicing. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night. Keep safe. Enjoy your night. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Boop.